Okay, here we go. Welcome everyone. Tesla is not live yet actually, but soon, guys. Very soon. Yo, hi there, Sanitizer. Hi, New Frontier. Yo, Cenobite. Guten Tag. Okay. Yo, thanks for the 48 months, by the way. The shadow removing raw from PTR is intended or accident. I'm not sure how this can be an accident. When they like go in and edit that part later. I didn't really see that they changed it. But yeah, maybe they realized, oh, whatever we had planned is not a good idea. Let's see. Yeah, it used to be 10, now it's 9. Funny. I guess you'll never know what they were planning. You see, last Epoch, it makes me sad never getting clicked on for years. Even here. Yeah. I did click on it actually the other day because I moved it from here to here or something. So when I think the big announcement will be at BlizzCon, I think the mercenary thing would be relatively big. I think a lot of people are fans of mercenary gearing and stuff like that. But maybe it's bigger than that, I don't know. It's hard to tell for me really what it could be and what people would want to see. And what Blizzard thinks people want to see. So, who knows? Excited for a new season? Yeah, a new season's gonna be pretty good, I think. What class am I testing first? Warlock. Warlock is gonna be like the class and a lot of stuff is new and so on. I think I'm gonna start with Doom, actually. I hate my merc. Yeah, I hate mercs too. But somehow I'm in a minority with that, I think. Set items. I mean, already have sets. What are gonna do with sets exactly? I wonder why they made squirts as a chest instead of a neck. Like, what is this? I wonder what it's gonna do. It's gonna be like, you know, every class is now gonna be forced to run an offensive chest instead of defensive chest. Like, we're never gonna survive anything again, right? It's just gonna be like squirts on every build instead of perdition in every build. They're here saying, welcome to my home while we're in the pits of hell. Wait, when did he say that? Hi, Flixie. What is the best rogue build? I mean, on rogue, nothing is really changing, besides a bit of call point stuff. So we'll see if the call point stuff will matter enough. But, I mean, Rain of Arrows is quite ahead of the other builds. But, yeah, maybe some other stuff will catch up. I don't think that really, like, a lot of stuff is gonna move, though, on the rogue. Well, I guess there's one thing to consider, which is that every dot build is now better than before, compared to the crit builds. So I guess something like Poison Pinshot is gonna catch up, and Pinshot can also profit, potentially, from the common point stuff. But I think the Condemnation buff does not affect common points. Sorry. The Condemnation buff does not affect Poison Imbuement. So it's only the combo point bonus that makes the Poison Imbuement stronger. I'm pretty sure. So this means that it's not even like such a big upgrade for most of the poison builds necessarily. War plans do not account right, and gems still won't drop in the game. You don't care if fragments got buffed. Yeah, I did suggest to Blizzard to just like introduce more like kind of like hype drops, right? Like some dopamine. Just like drop a grand gem or even drop a heroic gem sometimes or some shit. Would be kind of fun, I think. Is Leap Rent dead? Yeah, dead might be a strong word here, but it's definitely one of the builds that getting nerfed the most. Kind of interesting because the Flame Charge buff is not actually running the rendering and is also not really affected by any of the nerfs. So for some reason, a Flame Charge is just like still insane and no one really likes to play it, I think. So yeah, we'll see, I guess. If Nemesis added, hopefully soon there are support builds like D3. I mean, we had supports since Season 11, since the tower came out. Well, I guess not in Season 13 because they kept the rogue buff alive for the entire season, but even there I imagine people were probably running with the support. The tile dude, yeah, I saw Fabgun's video, and I think he makes a lot of good points. And this is kind of like a similar problem that we have in D4. We have like all these like specialized rewards and, you know, not really anything exciting from just monsters. Can I explain Soul Splinters? Yes. You take jewelry, for example, amulet, ring, and you put them in there. Likelihood of new class at BlizzCon. I don't know, 95%. But I think this would be like, you know, next expansion and not next season. So although they might announce the expansion and not tell us about the new class, I guess. We'll see. It's still kind of early, I think. I mean, okay, BlizzCon is almost half a year after the previous expansion. And I guess we'll see if they will try to reduce the time span between expansions. Originally, they wanted to do yearly expansions, so making an announcement half a year after the previous expansion would kind of fit with that schedule, I guess. Hi, Barry. Are console players separate from PC players when they get top tower rewards? No, it's shared. You have to enable crossplay and then you see the real ladder. In fact, you have to enable crossplay from what appears like during the run that you do for the clear and during the leaderboard closure and rollover until you log in the next time. Or else you will not get a reward. I didn't get a reward for my rank last time. So now I did the run and I kept crossplay on. What is left? Certainly not Amazon. Did they ever explain why that is a thing? They did not explain. And I grilled them for it. But let's see, maybe at some point they're gonna fix that. What if they did specs like you can turn your rogue into demon hunter? I think that is extremely unlikely. Like, I mean, what element of the demon hunter could they bring into the game that is not already on the rogue? There's not much left in the first place. Outside of like specialized playstyles like, I don't know, Natalia, which was like insanely unsuccessful anyway. And Marauder the Age is something, I guess. But we sort of have Shadow Clones doing something similar. And then, what else? Multishot is already in the game. Hanging Arrow is already in the game. Scout the Age is already in the game. Like, you know, what else is there that anyone wants from a demon hunter, you know? So legit no class left. I have to create one from scratch. I mean, they've shown that they can create classes from scratch now. I don't think that's the problem. But yeah, I mean, I don't expect there's going to be an expansion without a new class. And also now that they're kind of like moving the game into a bit more of like a stable state without like constantly reworking half of it, and we have the new skill trees and, you know, all that, then there will be like less work to do and less like maintenance of old classes, I guess. Yeah, in the Wolf's Den. I think for those 4 months, by the way. Diablo 4 is going to get a barb. Boy, do I have good news for you, actually. A bard. Ah. If there's new class, people have to accept overlapping. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that there's overlap, and there's another thing that people are asking for a class that is already like 70% implemented in the game in another class, you know? We're not gonna get a demon hunter, you know? Like, the rogue is 70% demon hunter, you know? You're not gonna get a witch doctor, you know? The warlock is 70% witch doctor. So, yeah, what are you expecting exactly, you know? Engineer style class. Nah, no shot, I think. Like the Diablo lore and stuff doesn't really support that. There's not really like these devices and like machines and so on. There's like a little bit, you know, like we had with like the Salt and Cool season, the Vault season in season 3 with the constructs and stuff. So yeah, I guess they can like kind of pull from that a little bit or something, but I would really not expect a class based on it. Demon Hunter D4, we could 2 times one-handed crossbow and 2 times one-handed melee. Yeah, someone suggested an interesting solution, like they make hand crossbows and they go into the one-handed slots. And if you do that, you can have like a 2-handed stat stick or something. I think it would be kind of funny to have like a dual-wield one-hand crossbow setup with like a pole arm on your back. Some 2-handed action on a rogue would be kind of cool, I think. The middle item is a cat, not a bear. A kitten from D3, yeah. Henry's perquisition is very cute. I remember the first time I got a primal Henry's. I was so proud. I was playing Witch Doctor in like, what was that? Was it a Soul Shard season? Might have been a Soul Shard season. I was scamming like a million Soul Shards. What was it? Blood Shards. And then eventually got a primal cat. The new class coming. Yeah. Bring my monk back. Yeah, monk is not happening, guys. He had half a stash full of primal Henrys. What the fuck have you been doing? Fix Paladin and Spirit Bomb before new class. Yeah, I don't know. They already got their money from the expansions. Are they really going to go back to fix old classes? Add more content to Blast. Yeah, I feel like we have a decent amount of content now, but I feel like we don't have like really enough distinction between them. and enough, variety with wall plan nodes and so on. I think they can like make them more interesting. I think the wall plans in the end didn't really turn out much like choices and more like, okay, now I upgraded them to where they should be. A crown that gives you more auras. Yeah, the Aura's crown is gonna be pretty dead after season 15, but in season 15 it's gonna be relatively good. Because you can stock at the splinters in there. Do you have screenshots of the splint of the shards here? Okay. Does it say the number? Right here, so this is like magic, rare, legendary, unique. Okay. So this is I think it's like flawless gem. This is gonna be like royal, grand, and flawless Horadric, I think. The res. It's kind of interesting how the scaling works on some of these. For example, this one starts at 10, which is a quarter of the maximum. This one starts at 15, which is nearly half of the maximum. This one starts at 40% of the maximum. And you always get the same penalty. The Black Soulstone thing will be very good for Infernal Hordes, actually, because the Butcher is like one of the tankiest enemies in the entire game in the Infernal Hordes, the Burning Butcher. And this is where you'll get like also the stacks of this thing. So I think for Infernal Hordes in particular, this could be something. But otherwise, I don't find it very useful. I think it might just throw us into Loric's Crown, because probably everyone is going to use the Loric's Crown this season for like T12 content. And then he's going to have this thing socketed just because. Even though it doesn't do anything on bosses or something. But yeah, like, almost everyone is gonna run the damage reduction and I guess the health. Unless you somehow need the maximum primary resource, like, Death Trap or Rain of Arrows or something. Or Stalic. But I don't think you're not gonna see much of Stalic anyway. And then yeah, it's either this for crit builds or this for the non-crit builds. And then yeah, then you have the Doris Crown, you equip this thing for T12 farming. And then one more, which is probably the Soulstone. I don't think anyone wants to run this here, to be honest. Well, I don't know what this is supposed to do, really. I guess this could be something, like if you're like too strong in T12 anyway, then maybe you can get something from the monster power. But I don't think it actually really does anything, so I wouldn't really expect this to be good. It's gonna be very hard to tell what this even does, so... I think what would be an interesting exercise maybe before we even start the PTR would be checking out how good is the Splinter of Hellfire. Like making a crit build into a non-crit build and seeing how this will go. Just make a fresh one, I guess. Oof. Okay, let's just take some standard build and see what happens. Let's take like Lunatic, for example. So here we actually have like a full non-crit build on this one. It's already like no crit. What's missing is that. It's because they didn't have to command Fallen actually earlier. Maybe it's like the wrong build for this. This is like Shield of Retribution, for example. Although I guess Paladin is like a special case because we actually have a lot of extra crit here. So you wouldn't really convert it into a non-crit build, I guess. In fact, Paladin has so much extra crit that you might not even need the Splinter. It's 35% crit chance, that's a lot of crit chance. Let's see actually, how's the crit chance on this one? So we have 6 and 9.3, 16, nothing. 27. Yeah, okay. So I could remove all of the crit rolls, basically, keep the tempers. Or even remove one of the tempers for attack spells. So that would be still kind of nice value. And we could get life, cooldown, attack speed here. I'm not sure what I can put here. Cooldown as well, I guess. Actually, I would have to go back to these here and see what we can do with Shield of Retribution. Because one is gonna change a bit. This is a dot build. Roa. Primary resource costs are increased by 30%. So this wouldn't affect Roa actually. Because there's no cost. Here's 10 crit, 17 crit, 23. 34, 35. Okay, this is so basically again like remove every single crit roll, keep the tempers. Maybe in the case of Rogue, you would actually keep remove the tempers and keep like 1 or 2 rolls. Like the ring rolls, for example, are relatively low opportunity cost. And the weapon tempers are halved. So I could put offensive temper instead. We actually have too much attack speed on a build like this, right? We have 12 ferocity stacks. That's 60%. Maybe it's not too bad. Actually, no, we have 12 extra, so we have 16 ferocity stacks. So that is 80% attack speed. So we're almost capped. So we are actually overcapped here by 15%. What would a build like this gain if I change the tempers? Probably crit damage temper. So that is 75. So this is 300 additive. 300 additive should be around 15% damage. And then 1 roll here, 1 roll there. We keep the 2 rings. So this would be nothing. I guess life or cooldown or all skills even. Free to all skills is usually something like 8%. 330, 360, yeah. It's like 9%. So I get 9. We get... here you'll probably get dex or... like, I mean, if you just convert it into damage, it would be dex. So not crazy. The dex roll should be like 5% at this point or something. And then attack rate would also be like maybe 10%. So this is like half as good as the dot version. Yeah. So dot builds just get straight up double damage. I'm pretty sure it's gonna get nerfed to 50% and the PTR is over. This seems very sus. But you can check a few other examples. Let's see what else we got. Yo, Herman, thanks so much for the sub, by the way. Let's take Tyrant's Grasp, for example. This is a crit build as well, right? Okay, do we even have 100% crit on this? We don't even have 100% crit. So this would be like an example where you would actually not even remove crit rolls, or not much at least. So we have 22% missing. You would remove like... Maybe you wouldn't remove anything, which is like remove the GA and the masterwork. And then this goes down to 10.3, 10.6. So this is 6.4%. And now our crit is at 71. So you do this on both, and then instead put this is 37 crit chance. Okay, let's see Tyrant's Grasp. CSD. Oh my god. Yeah. So how much is that? We have 163, 226, 289, 320, and nothing. Okay, so that is very little crit damage actually. Is that true? Damn. Way smaller than I thought it would be. So it goes from 320 to 384. So that is like 17%. 20% extra. Oh yeah, okay. Exactly 20. So how much would that be? We don't have any other crit multis for anything, right? So wait. Is that correct? I think so, actually. How much attack rate is this? 28%. That's actually quite a lot. Times 2.3. That's actually quite a big difference here. It seems very sus with this part in particular. But maybe this is real, because we have a lot more crit damage suddenly. So I think especially builds that previously struggled to get to 100% crit chance profit a lot from this. Resist costs are increased by 30%. I want to see another example. There's quite a big gap there. Do I have anything else? Season 13. Yeah. This is not a crit build. Don't have that many planners. Let's just take some random thing from our builds. Let's go on anything for the sword. What about ball, lightning, sword, for example? Here's crit. Crit. Where's all the crit chance coming from? Here's Gar. Very little crit chance anywhere. Hello? Hi, Eva? We don't like how every build gets easily 100% crit chance, so we're nerfing crit chance across the board. Also, defaulters, here's a jewel for 35% crit chance. Higher than any other source in the game. Seems good. True, I forgot what the Azo is. Okay, so Azo gives us a lot of crit chance. Gar, alpha, and main hand. Well, let's see what happens if we just take this planner. So you get one roll here, which will be life I guess. And we get 2 tempers, which will be attack speed, I guess. Okay. How much are the attack speed tempers actually? 5%, I think. 8%, okay. And wait, this is before masterworking. So it's 10% actually. Okay. So it's 20% attack speed. So this is minus 15 crit. We move Gar is minus 25. And then we would end up at, yeah, where we should be. We get 8.5 crit. We move Gar for, who knows, Q or luck. So definitely be a lot tankier, and we could even like maybe do something else. Although there's already not any life on any of these items. Holy. Doesn't even have life here. How much life is this setup? Somehow it's 33k. Crazy. Temper's carry, I guess. Okay, so it's 20%, 55%. We have 28 already. Right. So it'll be 42% attack rate. How much crit damage is this? That's this. So a crit does quintuple damage. Yeah, what was it? So that's this. Okay, this Tyrant's grasping is definitely sus. I need to check this again. This was so much damage. But I guess we had so little critical strike damage here. And then 22% crit chance for 3. And higher crit damage value. I wanna see this again. Actually, I missed 10% crit damage earlier even. Nah, it checks out. It's 50% extra DPS just from capping the crit chance and having a slightly higher crit damage value. It actually is accurate. It's kind of crazy. So for the builds that previously didn't cap crit chance, this is huge. 130% DPS. Win the season 15 in 6 weeks. GA 10% for Master 12. True, I forgot the GA on the attack speed tempo you mean, right? So actually the attack rate is gonna go slightly higher even. I think on this one, right? It was 28% attack speed. 28.7, right? And then it's at plus 55, so it's actually plus 59. That's 46% attack rate. No. If you take like one of these paladin builds, let's just take one of the paladin builds. Shield of Attribution. My crit chance, attack speed. Yeah, okay, I mean. Wait, Finesse and Aura is not correct though. This has 50% attack speed. Is that actually what we have in the game? What am I testing first and why is it frozen up? I'll probably log in and... wait, my character is dead. We'll see. I did actually make a setup for it actually. What did I make? Let me see. I have a bunch of builds already here for season 15. Yeah, we have to fire orb here. Hydra, Lightning Spear, Aura, Ball Lightning. So these are good candidates, I think. And then we have Doom Backpack. I'm gonna test this one first. This here, we're gonna do a bunch of stuff on Eviscerate. The dot stuff on Warlock is gonna be very good. Apocalypse is gonna be insane. Yeah, so these are like the most interesting classes to try in general, I think, on this PTR. And then a bunch of Barb stuff, I guess. I should probably like put a setup together just to see about Barb, like Hoda or Death Blow or something. You can spam empowered skills, counter 3 kills, you can spam volatility. The cast Splinter's Black Sword to grind absurd damage. Oh. Yeah, I mean, if that works, that is gonna get fixed though. I don't think this is gonna be intended. It specifically says killing enemies though, so it probably doesn't work. I would be surprised. What element of Hydra? This is like a Behemoth Hydra, the fire one, the big one. Sigil of Chaos counts as 3 kills. Yeah, it counts as 3 kills, I think, as for the purpose of the sigil itself. I'm not sure if that actually buffs anything else that goes with kills in the first place. But either way, I'm pretty sure that this specifically means enemies and not any of your own demons or something. What did I want to test now? Why did I log in? Yeah, it'll definitely be silly if it works. But if it works on a PTR, there's no point in testing anything of it. Because that is just like so busted that's gonna get nerfed. Is Tyrant's Grasp gonna be better? I mean, everyone is gonna be a lot stronger next season, yeah. Especially more tanky. But also, everyone is gonna get, I guess, somewhere between 50% DPS and triple DPS. And I guess the average gain is somewhere like double damage and double toughness or so. So yeah, it's quite a lot of power creep in this season, I would say. Panic crit. I can test it right now. For Wendigo brand, it does count, yeah. Actually, did they fix Wendigo? I know they had it on the radar, but there's no fix, right? F. F. I've been waiting for like 3 seasons to play a Wendigo brand, man. Ugh. PDR didn't start yet. %, crit. Okay. So if now this isn't or I can expect something like 15% crit chance. Yes, this is 4. This is with the potency, I guess. Does that count it? Yeah. Okay. Okay, left ring, amulet, paragon. There's a bunch of other stuff that we don't have here. And we have this. Ah, here we go. Crit chance. So we get around 50%. We need around, yeah, okay. That is assuming we keep the rally and so on. Let's do like one more example. So we have crit chance roll, crit chance temper. Together this is 15, 25, 35. We keep one roll. We can do 2. We could actually add a lot of attack speed, yeah. We already have 50% attack speed, 70% with this. We're gonna have too much attack speed. if you get 12% here and here, we're gonna be at 94% attack speed. So you can't really roll more attack speed. So you would put like cooldown or strength. And then just like put the crit damage masterwork. Okay. Actually, we're overcapping on attack speed on this setup in that case. We'd actually have to put additive tempers. Because yeah. And then even remove the masterwork here, put it there. This will be 13 crit damage. This will be 19. It's 32 crit damage, and we have that's 8.14. And 2 times additive tempers, I guess. So it'll be 150. Let's just say 10%. Maybe it's a bit less. It's at 9%. Actually very little. It's such a big difference, actually. It's kind of crazy. Actually, no, it's not really such a big difference. It's mostly the build that didn't have already crit cap is going to get a massive upgrade. And the others are actually kind of comparable. This is like around 40. This is 57. This is 46. Yeah, but then you have this 130% damage. It's crazy. So yeah, I guess especially the builds that didn't have a lot of attack speed and that didn't cap crit chance. Like if I have both these factors, it's insane. And I guess there is plenty of those builds on stuff like Warlock. I'm not sure how it is for the buffs, actually. Do you have a Hoda? I want to see the Hoda. Shit. It was actually never updated. Unfortunate. Well, soon TM, I guess. What about something like Mighty Throw? I guess that might be good. Can do Whirlwind as well. I guess they cap out crit. This looks so tiny here. 99.5 crit chance. Nothing is masterworked actually. Besides my grandfather. This thing might have more competition now though. So much crit on this thing. There's Gar. I'm not a Gar enjoyer, I must say. Ohm and Gar. Holy. I guess we say like anything is possible. With all this technique, huh? Yeah, a build like this, for example, you have like all this attack speed. There's attack speed, there's attack speed. Even on the weapons you have attack speed. Ferocity. So it wouldn't actually gain very much. What about this thing? Here's a little attack speed and we're missing crit chance. So instead of all these like crit tempos, for example, you can put additive tempos. This is 7.5, 15, 22.5. And then we're gonna cap out crit basically with that. And we got 4 tempers. No. Yeah. All of the weapons basically. This is 75, 75, 150, 150. It's 150 crit damage temper. Let's see this one actually. I'm not sure how like attack speed actually affects this whole thing with the whirlwind stuff. There's no attack speed at all, so I guess it doesn't actually do anything for this. You have another example. Evade throw bob. What's that? It's like the big one. It's not an ultimate skill. Oh boy. Yeah, for Session builds, I think the attack speed is gonna be kind of big actually. This is basically plus minus 0 attack speed. Rallying Cry gives attack speed. Also grants attack speed instead of move speed. And has 25 seconds cooldown. Again, we could replace all these here. 22.5% from the tempers and then 10% somewhere. Like here. You could get life or something. Or all skills. This thing has 48 ranks, what the fuck? Let's just see. How much is that? 15%. I mean, attack rate would technically go up a little bit, but I guess not too much. Let's just say 20% attack rate. I want to find another example like the Tyrant's Grasp, because this one gains so much. So it needs to be not a Sorc, not a Paladin, not a Rogue, I guess. Although, do we have anything else here? What about the Gold Rogue? I don't think I was a crit cap with this. What's my first character going to be? Yeah, the most testing will be on a Warlock, just PDR. Warlock is like the class and also the changing the most. I'm gonna start off with Doom. High Flies Gun. Try Blazing Scream, and Blazing Scream is gonna be insane as well. Why is it better go Narrow Eye instead of Sightless for Roa? Because you get all the extra benefits from the Heartseeker pulling stuff together, the crit chance. You get Dark Shorts for free. Are we ready for PTR? Pray to Orange Jesus for good changes. Twisting Blades rank 1 spec, for sure. Where's the crit chance here? So this one says 65. He has it on the seal as well. Oh my god. Okay. And then 5. Let's not count this. 15. Let's just say this is permanently up, so it's 20, 25. And that's it actually, right? So it's actually missing 10% crit. And he has Gar. But I guess attack speed won't necessarily help as much. But a little bit. So let's see. We get we got 25 extra, so we're at 90. So I can remove 25. So this would be here. Let's say this would be Dex. This would be, I guess, cooldown or something. Actually, we can do the tempers. So this is 15%. And then again, 1 Dex roll. Not sure how much the Dex would be. He has a lot of Dex, but realistically, probably a bit less. So let's just say 6% for that. So our crits are just generally a lot higher. Attack rate is hard to say. Let's just say 15% attack rate or something. Because we have all these like automatic attacks. So maybe that wouldn't impact it too much. We don't really stack attack speed very much on this. In fact, attack speed is not even showing here. We don't have any. Okay, let's start with the crit damage. How much does a crit do compared to regular? Yeah, I'm not gonna do 50 here. Let's do 31, 31. So 5.6. So it's 35.5% DPS, just some like the extra crit stuff. Oh, and additive. Actually like 79%. Although the attack rate might be a bit overstated. Hmm. So here we have 40% DR, but you lose 30% movement. Which probably means you have to put movement temper on the neck to make up for it. And that should kind of carry it. It also makes Perdition a bit more interesting. Perdition has movement speed. But it comes at the cost of another stat, so it's not really an upgrade. This is 38. Perdition has 30, but it will cost you, let's say, an armor roll or a max life roll anyway. And that is not really much different from just like a max life temper, to be honest. I mean, okay, max life temper will always be a GA, and this will not necessarily be a GA. So it is a bit weaker than that, but if the movement speed was for free, half Perdition would be a lot more attractive, I think. If the movement speed was part of the effect. Like you gain 15%. Even better actually would be if it does like 15% damage and 15% X, like cap 2 movement speed. That would be kind of interesting, I think. That would make Elf Perdition a lot more interesting. But that's not what we have. Hey, Grizz. Warlock coming to the fray, yeah, for sure. Make up of a charm roll and move. I realistically need 2 charm rolls. Because even a GA charm roll is only 20% movement speed. And that's also hard to get. So realistically, I guess you have to give up 2 times free skill ranks to get 30 movement. And that's 6 ranks, that's a lot. I think you're just gonna put the thing on the neck and be done with it. Didn't put any stats here. But here, for example, I have maximum life temper. So if I remove that, let's see the toughness, 1.7. 1581. It's like 120. So it's like 8%. 7.5%. So something like that, basically. Which splinter is this? Splinter of Pain. It should be something like 60-70%. 66. And then it's the 8% toughness loss. So it is still insane, basically. You're gonna be so much tankier just on that. 50-60% would be like equivalent of like a 33% DR to like almost 38% DR or something. Or something like that, maybe. Yeah. So yeah, it's basically like you get like a Heavenly Strength for free or a Juggernaut aspect for free or so. Kinda insane. I guess the main problem will be builds that cannot afford to put movement speed on a neck. They will have a bit of a trouble here. What about builds that have like extremely low life pools? I know Hysteria is pushing Paladin with like 13k life or some shit. I wanna see how much the life tempo will do. Does he even run it? I wonder. He has cooldown anyway. Funny. But yeah, worst case you can like, remove the attack speed there, put the cooldown roll there, and have the movement speed anyway, so it's fine. Or if you have some shitty roll, like there's actually attack speed on the neck, this could also just be an attack speed roll. How much would that be? 48 with GA Masterwork. I think it's like 24%, right? No, it's 38 anyway. Okay. This one is Fire Res, this one is Poison Res, so these are actually okay resistances as well. Fire is fine too. Yeah, so this could be impactful. 40% maximum health is basically 40% toughness, which is weaker than this. So this is better. Even if you give up like a life temper for a movement tempo on the neck, this is a lot more toughness. And basically comes with no downside because you already make up for the downside. Where here you get less toughness and you have a downside. Although that downside is not necessarily always a downside. Are there any effects that consume all resources without scaling those resources? Like I'm thinking about Quacks right now, but Quacks doesn't exist anymore. Am I going to BlizzCon? Yeah. I'll stream the opening ceremony and stuff as well, and have like a dev there on my stream later as well, so we can talk about the new D4 stuff right away. Barb Red Figure builds might be viable for the guaranteed crit and spin off Hellfire. Yeah, the guaranteed crit from Red Furor might not be that guaranteed though. Like if you think you're just gonna get guaranteed crits anyway, then this is probably not going to happen. You should test this right now with Lokran, for example. Lokran reduces your crit chance. And that might work similarly. For example, on Spiritborn with Kapaleka, you don't actually crit every time with Lokran. Meteor scales hard resource. Yeah, but it scales with your absolute amount of resources. I'm thinking about, do we have any effects in the game that scale with your percentage resource, but not your absolute amount? But I can't really think of anything right now. But Quarks was a very good example. You know, it didn't matter if you have 20 maximum resource or 200. It was the same. It just took all of it. Is PDR over already? Yeah, it has been over for like 3 months. But give it 69 minutes and we're gonna have a new one. Okay, so Dirge scales of absolute resources. Rodney does. Beastfall does. Meteor does. Anything else? Kapaleke as well. I guess there's Pock. So Pock is better because you have less maximum resource. Anything else? Even Red Fuhrer Ring is based on absolute cost spent. Hmm. With the Hydra enchant, but it's also based on absolute costs. Do we still have this Paragon board? This is after spending 75. Yeah, okay. It's also absolute. Where's Hoda? Okay, 2% increased crit chance for every 20 maximum you have. Up to 20% increase at 200. Or you just ignore all that and take 25% size and 20% damage. Like what? So even in a case where your crits do quintuple damage, and you have 80% crit chance, you just take this, and it's more damage. And you get a size. And you don't have to stack any maximum. Or try to be at high resource. What the hell? Okay. Yeah, Rogue have Beastfall boots. Not really that much else that scales with resources on this class, I think. What about this? Comes a core skill, costs 30 essence, consumes all of your remaining, dealing 3% increase. So this also scales with your maximum. Basically Kapaleka, and then there's the payback stuff maybe. I mean, does it even still exist? Oh, payback doesn't have the double scaling anymore, right? Hmm. Paladin basically has like no resource scaling at all, I think. I don't think there's a thing at all here. And Warlock has mostly Dirge and Seeds. But they're also both on absolute values. Okay. So it's basically just POC that I can identify right now. It's like the only effect. But even if we can't go for the double defensive splinters, if you're playing like one of those resource scaling builds, this is the weaker one anyway. And you already get like 50 to 60% extra toughness on this one. So this alone is already gonna carry you pretty hard. But if you had both together, it would be 2.1, 2.25. More than twice the toughness. Now the big question is, what do you do as your third splinter? I guess you do this. Yeah, okay, I mean, dot builds can do this as well. How much is the 30% extra resource cost really gonna hurt? It might not hurt that much, but it depends a bit on the build. But 30% extra costs, if you don't benefit from the crit chance, it's basically just a bunch of attack speed. So that is like in the range of maybe 15 to 30% DPS. You give up one slot and get 30% cost. So if you have to like invest in the resources to make up for the cost, it very quickly gets into useless territory. Or at least not really an upgrade. Where this is just always an upgrade, right? You just equip this and go. Even if you kill 100 enemies, you take 50% extra damage. You're not even taking more damage than you gain in toughness from this. With 100 kills every 15 seconds, it's 7 kills per second. Alright, I'm gonna test Doom Warlock first. Warding Glyph gives damage reduction 25%. Warding Glyph, man. That's unusable. The 25% XP bonus means if you just farm monsters, you can get to Paragon 300 in 375 hours instead of 500 hours. That's actually not exactly accurate. Should be 400 now. Where's the 25% XP bonus coming from? Ah, this one. 25% bonus XP. Yeah. You're always weakened and vulnerable. So weakened, it doesn't actually scale depending on target. Vulnerable is 20% extra damage taken. Okay, so Splinter of Lies means Splinter of Pain plus Splinter of Lies. So wait, weaken. Okay, weakened enemies deal reduced damage 20 for normal, 15 for elites, and 10 for bosses. So players should count as elites. So it's 15% less damage. And then it's minus 16%. Was the other one Lies? This is Sin. Who knows what the crafting material drop rate actually works for, so we'll see. At least it will be relatively easy to test when you have a plus 100% drop rate. But that testing will still be painful. You know, we have to farm like Whisper Caches, we have to farm Escalation Dungeons, we have to farm like anything. And see what we actually get from this. Hopefully souls, yeah. Do we stand in circles this season or connect dots or something along those lines? There is like giga hard bosses that you can find in the open world, and then there's also like some Nemesis style system of monsters hunting you in the open world. We count as bosses according to PvP zone. Oh, if you count as bosses, then it's like 10% less damage done, I guess. I guess we'll see. It's gonna be easy to test. Do I do an interview at BlizzCon? Kind of. I'll have a dev with me on the stream. Gems count as crafting materials, maybe? Is this most big of an additive to determine double boost of the gold? Well, if it's just additive, then this is worthless. Because, yeah. Actually, it's not entirely worthless. I think you get 300% bonus. But yeah. I mean, the gold part is not the interesting part here. The interesting part is the crafting mods anyway, you know. A lot of your gold comes from just rendering seals and, you know, finding the bosses and so on, and yeah, maybe it works, maybe not. I guess we'll see. Usually XP boost that's from kills. It doesn't necessarily call that out, but it only works on kills. So I would not expect that this works on XP globes or the hellburns or something. That'll be a first. Yeah, the patch should be in 52 minutes, Katie. When do I plan to improve the endgame? I'm not improving shit here. I'm here to destroy it. Dude, I'm pretty sure that's gonna get changed. People are gonna bitch about this a lot. And frankly, I don't even want to try it. I mean, the thing is that even if, like, first of all, what does touching even means? Is it like, do I have to run through them or what? Like, this would be bad. And then you get stunned. Like, it seems like so shit. It sounds like you have to run through them because it says it gives you unhindered. So they probably want you to run through the enemies. Killing elite pack increases monster power by 1 for 25 seconds. So if elite pack includes both yellow packs and rare elites, and then sometimes in dungeons you click like a shrine, you can get 70 elites, 8 of Nemesis Bracer. Get a lot of monster power. That's a lot of monster power actually. Times 3.5, so this can like very easily get out of control actually. When you have like a bunch of shrines next to each other, or you do like the 9 dungeon farm with the roots and stuff like that, with the shrines. Or like you do like just a Helltide Spire. Yeah, we have to test this actually. What happens if we go over plus 10 monster power? I wonder if it dynamically changes the monster power scaling. So at pit 110, or rather starting from pit 111, the scaling changes to 32% per tier. So I wonder if you have T12 plus 11, if the 11th monster power is actually 32%. I really hope that doesn't become meta, Giga Root Spam with new gloss, and that's Pinter. Yeah, realistically not. And even with power creep and strong builds, it's gonna be really tough to actually do this. And on top of that, they gave the roots the cooldown, so it's like kind of slow to do it. But I think it could make like shrine dungeons more interesting if the monster power actually does anything. The thing is, I don't even know like what the monster power is supposed to do. Like the thing is that most of the loot does not actually come from like drops, right? Like you don't kill monsters for loot in this game. Who would dare to think that? So monster power doesn't really do anything necessarily. But if it like raises like basically the world around you and not just the monsters, so that you get monster power and then you click the gem chest in an escalation dungeon and then that scales up with it, then I could see that maybe. But yeah. I think Hellfire is a big enough boost for dot builds to be relevant. I mean, dot builds are already like quite dominant across the board now. And Hellfire is the strongest splinter. And it basically only benefits dot builds. There might be some cases of Hellfire working with guaranteed crit effects, but I'm kind of not holding my breath really. Like there's Red Fuhrer ring. What else do we have? Red Fuhrer. Anything else for guaranteed crits? In Helter, I can possibly get a lot of elite packs scaled and mind cages. Yeah. I mean, you'll probably have scenarios where you actually scale this monster power to like plus 20 or something. I mean, it lasts 25 seconds. So yeah, sometimes you get like insane amount of packs of monsters or something. But yeah, plus 20. That is gonna be a lot. 23 times harder. Or times 4.81 times 77. So yeah, if you reach that, let's do 15. Yeah, times 77, you can't kill anything at that point, you know? So if you have like a typical T12 build. Even this. It just yeah, do das hier with 1 decimal. Blood Maiden drops to increase the monster power. Like Blood Maiden has drops. What is she dropping? Nice Sarketi. I'll test Doom Warlock first. That's of Seer Cube Turnants, man. Yeah, that sounds incredible. Very cool. And the interesting part is that technically you could have like two guys running together, and then you kill a lot of elites, they have this Giga monster power buff, and then you have someone else who doesn't have the monster power buff, just like murdering everything around you while you just click the loot. And then you kind of like go back and forth, It's like a pendulum. Because at some point you can't kill anything, so you naturally just lose your monster power, and then the other person gets the monster power because they start killing. But yeah, either way, I have zero hopes that all this monster power is actually doing anything outside of just making your life difficult. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've tried the mine cages a little bit, but I never noticed any difference at all. So I don't know what it's even different, to be honest. We have no data on this. And I think getting any data is going to be extremely tough. So my expectation is that a Sprint of Damnation is just like full bait. But we'll see. Why are there only 2 free viable builds and skills per class each season? Yeah, they're not really paying a lot of attention to balance. And I guess more importantly, they're not really paying a lot of attention to bugs and fixing them. Full bait and bugged AF for sure, yeah. We'll do 5 hours of Helltide without monster power and 5 hours with monster power farming worms. Yeah, sure, man. It's gonna be fun. Why is there no upgrade to Mythic option in the queue right now? I recommend to log into your seasonal character. Worms need to go. Yeah, they're not changing anything about worms. At least they haven't put it in the patch notes. I mean, there's a good chance that they're like stealth nerfed. I'm not sure how much they like us running around and chasing worms. I'm actually gonna try this here. So I think I'm gonna set up like... Maybe I should actually set up a boss killer build to actually try this stuff first. This is a difficult encounter. Maybe it's gonna log in on my, like, I don't know, make an Apocalypse Warlock or something to start. And will PTR go live soon? Half an hour. Worms 2.0 with the big BlizzCon announcement. Holy. You didn't bother running around in Helltide chasing worms. Couldn't give less fuck about it. Yeah. I mean, like getting to like 250 or 260 Paragon or so is usually fine. And then it's like relatively optional. But I mean, there is certainly a bit of like a chase of the Paragon 300 goal, right? And the worms are just by far the best for that. In fact, they're gonna be the only strat now. Because at least before, you had like this weird, 20 people in Helltide strat. But that is now gone as well, because the Ruptures are gone. The only auction house is a reason for mailbox, copium train. Once XP needs to be buffed, like ×2, and XP loss need to be nerfed ×2. Yeah, something like that would help already, I think. I think the Paragon XP just moves too slowly. If you don't chase XP, your Paragon is just like hot stuck, right? After a certain point. Like you just don't level anymore. So I think that's kind of a problem. Especially considering that the system is designed to be exactly this whole, like, okay, I log in, I play for a little bit, I get no upgrade. At least I got like a few Paragons. Yeah, right? But those few Paragons will very soon just kind of like stagnate entirely if you don't go and chase the Paragons. So it's definitely not really in a good spot, I think. Kind of excited to see these items, yeah. I think first thing first is we're gonna check all the new items. So which class would actually have access to the most? Warlock has everything here besides Arag's Needle. Okay, so I'm gonna log on Warlock, get them, and then make a Barb, I guess, and get Arag's Needle. You haven't chased Paragon this season, you're 293 now, but you play a lot. Yeah, so you can play 500 hours, get Paragon 300, or you can play 50 hours and get Paragon 300, you know? So it's not really great, I think. I wonder why Message Retriever is actually not here. Coming in season 50, not testable on the PTR. Two-handed axe. You just have to see to make changes to these items. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, they could do anything, right? We don't know. And you see Nemesis Bracer, which is a copy. We've seen Lorik's Crown, which has kind of a similar effect as D3. But, I mean, who knows what, you know, these things will do. What this thing will do. What this thing will do. Like, in D3, this is a defensive offhand, basically. Actually, no, I think I had it here, right? What was it? This was a Dex thing, right? This is a completely different effect from Henry's here. So that's completely different. This is also quite different from D3. Then in Geom, I mean, we already have in Geom, literally, copy pasta. So I don't know what this will do. There was Ring for a Granger here, which is now no longer in the list for some reason. Which you also have in the game. Furnace, I guess, could be relatively close to the D3 design. Message Retriever, maybe as well, but on the other hand, a two-handed weapon that gives you just cooldown. I mean, this is unusable, right? So there needs to be something to get out of that. And then, yeah, who knows? So we'll see. Squirt is a lady. Oh, it's an old lady now, I guess. D4 is a half century after D3. So she's like 60-year-old now or something. Yo, boiler. You can charm them as well. Yeah, there's a list of which can be charmed. What the fuck? Why does it verify the age after I click on this thing? And also why does it not show up? Okay. Mr. Uniques. Yeah. The following new uniques can also be made into charms. 2, 4, 6, 7. So it's missing the Orc's Crown and Messerschmitt. Squirt sounds like a boy's name. No, it's like a little girl in Act 2 in Diablo 3. The next season on the 15th of September, 6 weeks. Hope my druid looks good with a blouse on. Yeah, druid should be like alright, I think, but they're definitely going way down. Hope this time in Gem works like D3. I mean, you have Eldarin, that's the same thing. Can I please buff druid's poison creeper? The poison damage is really weak. I cannot, actually. The nerves are concerning. Yeah, I think they should definitely do something on the druid. Like right now, I would be not very willing to recommend or play druid myself. But I think for the druid enjoys, it will be alright at least. If you could sucker jewels into a charm, that would be sick with the heroics. I mean, it don't have to do that, right? It could just be like in D3, right? It just works like even if you like emanate the broken crown, for example. You know, it just takes whatever you have in your socket, in your helm, in the socket, and it works with that. So they could make a Orc's Crown charm as well. And then just say, okay, whatever is in your helm socketed will get that effect, right? But the thing is that you would never use that as like a option, right? Like charms are usually offensive multipliers. So, you know, something like Nemesis Bracers as a unique charm, like unthinkable, you know, that is not happening. Or, you know, like basically all this like random defensive stuff. They did a relatively good job at choosing these here. But they even have stuff that goes into defensive slots, like Agum Schism. It's like an offensive item, but it's in a defensive slot. So you would usually just wear it and not put it as a charm. Because even if you want extra defenses, right? Like, if you think, I'm gonna be too squishy if I equip this thing. So I'm gonna put it as a charm and then put like a defensive aspect on the chest. But what actually happens is, you're gonna equip the chest anyway, and you're gonna try to get other defensive options. Like runes, or just more life, or whatever. Or you put like a really good defensive charm, you know, Enduring Faith, for example. Or Temerity, or something like that. Instead of just some random ass like aspect. So something like basically this whole like unique charm system is effectively just more multipliers in some way. And you kind of try to pick like the best impactful multiplier, or have some sort of combo. So all these like non-offensive slot items, Richters of Terror, Agrams, and so on, like I think there's never gonna be used basically. Unless you somehow make some combo out of it. Like if there's ever like another unique chest that kind of goes with the whole like minion warlock theme, and you really want to have both of those offensive unique chests, then yeah, maybe, but with 2 flawless heroic diamonds, that's only 1625. All rest, that's not even good. Well, the big advantage of the Doric's Crown is that you're not gonna put a diamond in there, you know? Like, diamond is like bad, I agree. But you can fully min-max around a specific damage type that a specific boss is doing. So I think this is the intention of Doric's Crown, post season 15 at least, when you don't put splinters in there. Yo. Holy shit. Sophie 2000. Thank you for the 10 gifts, by the way. And Rakanishu. Thanks for Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Gerne. How are you? Are you excited for the PDR? You're good? Nice. Yeah, we have half an hour to go until PDR, guys. Merci pour l'abonnement cadeau. It's always funny when you see like the random languages for the automated reply. Yeah, I think Laura's Crown with diamonds socketed, like a mythic Laura's Crown, it should be kind of the equivalent of like a 15 to 20% DR aspect. However, if you don't put a diamond in there and you put like 2 times ruby or some shit, and you fight a boss that has like insane amounts of fire damage, then it starts getting interesting. So this is really where Laura's Crown is going to be good, I think. It's going to be kind of hard to like really map this out because I don't know the formula of how the resistances calculate when you have like really high values of resistances. But what I know is a typical flawless Horadric diamond in like a typical build without like crazy amounts of all rest already or something is something like 8% damage reduction for everything. But if you put like a flawless Horadric specific color, that becomes something like 20-25% DR. And then the next one will be a bit less. But basically, you get like something like maybe 25% DR from the first gem and maybe like 15 to 20 from the second gem. So I think it will get to above 40% DR for one element if you take a lowest crown and put 2 false heraldics in there. And then you can also corrupt this thing with extra gem strength. So it could be kind of nice under very specific circumstances. But mostly for like min-maxing around specific like bosses or something. Need command to speak French. Yeah, I'm a little bit rusty actually conversing in French. I would have to practice a bit at some point. It's been like almost 15 years since high school. And you can't join PTR on Steam now. How big of an overall multi is a net new red freer? How would you build around it? Yeah, I think you can't go all in on just like maxing your resource costs on most builds because you're not going to generate enough resources. Like in the past, Barbs actually made setups that intentionally try to spend as much resources as possible to trigger Red Furor and whatever, right? You went like Unbridled Rage. But this was in a world where we had a lot more resource generation. Now, the only really strong way to get a lot of resources is Tibbot's Will. And that's like 50 per second. And usually you attack faster than once a second. I think like the typical endgame builds are somewhere like 1.5 to 2.5 attacks per second. So yeah, you have resource gen now that you can roll and like helm and maybe rings. So let's say you can like double the Tibbot's Will resource gain to like 100 per second. But it still leaves you with like, yeah, maybe you can spend like 50 per swing. So I wouldn't really bank too much on like going Lucian and all that and just like, you know, spend like 100 resource per swing. I think this is gonna not work. I mean, you have some stuff on the barb, like for example, the ancients that can give you resources. So that is something to do, for example, right? To have like these guys. You have like Rallying Cry. Yeah, gain 10 fury each time Qualic damages the enemy with Frenzy. Yeah, not sure if that is enough to really make up for the difference. He has 40 resource gen, so that is kind of big. But then you also spend resources on the cry itself. But I guess you know that is kind of large. You can max this out as well to get more. 56. Effectiveness is increased. So I can get a bit more even. So yeah. Does this thing still have the resources when you get hit? 3. Yeah, okay, it's kind of whatever. But yeah. Realistically, Red Fuhrer is extremely strong because you don't have to invest into crit chance at all, right? And it's also not really like a lot of like class effects that the Barb has that give you a lot of crit chance. There are some things that you can invest in, but they're sort of like side grades most of the time. You know, it's not like, you know, Paladin, everyone has Fanaticism Aura, everyone just has 25% crit chance at least or something, right? So you don't have that on a Barb. So we can take all of that crit chance investment and put it straight into more attack speed, more damage, and so on. So that is the big advantage of Ring of Red Fuhrer. And all you need for that is probably Rallying Cry and some resource generals and the Tibbles. But I wouldn't really count on like this extra resource scaling beyond that to really be very impactful. So we'll see, but bonus critical damage increased by 1% for each Fury above 30%. Above 30. Yeah. And how much extra damage is it already? 60%. So if that is like additively like, you know, 61, 62, 63, then seem not that crazy anyway. Maybe new Paragon mode for each class with final patch before the release of the season. Yeah, that makes no sense. Like, first of all, this would be like giving us false hope for the big announcement, and second, like, what's the point even? Like, Paragons are like so bland. Combine with Locans and Grandfather. Yeah, you wouldn't really run a Grandfather for this. You know, Grandfather is good because it has a ton of crit chance, but on a Red Fuhrer ring, you don't care about the crit chance. Now, I wonder if Locans works, so I already have this like on my list here. This is something we need to test. I guess you could test this right now, actually. Technically. If Locrans actually works with Red Fuhrer or not. Like on Kapaleke, you can non-crit with a Locran. Starting with Paladin. Hell nah. I don't think there will be any Paladin. at the way it's going right now. They even nerfed the embattled aspect. I mean, I will probably log onto my existing Paladin and see how it feels with the embattled aspect, if that is actually still useful at all. 120 modifier for crit damage. Nice. Insane. 120 multiplier, guys, on a two-handed. You can take literally the most standard of aspects and have the same. And get a way better roll on that weapon too, way more easily. Kapaleka isn't guaranteed crit, but it's 100% crit chance. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure how Red Fuhrer works, if that is different. Because I guess technically, you could already try to use Red Fuhrer currently, right? But it's very hard to get to 100 resource cost and sustain it. It's the thing I just talked about. Yeah, sure, with Lucian, you can get to 100%, if you can get to 100 resource cost, right? It's like times 2.8. So if we take Hoda, it costs... actually, it's not enough. It costs 84. But if you also include... What's that net called? Nomad. 25% extra. Then it would cost 105. But we haven't really seen such a build. I've not seen a single Red Fuhrer build since the expansion. So it was possible to get Red Fuhrer to proc every single time. And now it's easier to do with lower costs. Because this amulet is not exactly good, right? It's a 60% multi, it's actually really shit. And now they're making it work against healthy, but that's not really helping much either. Double damage bonus also includes healthy. Yeah, so I guess the main advantage is you don't need nomads, but you kind of want nomads if you can combine it with this and get enough resources to use it. But yeah, this is a big if. It's fine if you're one-shotting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's double bonus against healthy and double bonus against injured. It gives you like a 55% HP range of a doubled effect on a 60% multi. So if like your other alternative is to just put a random 60% aspect on your neck, then the nomads could be okay. But it's still gonna be slightly worse than this typical 60% multi on the neck, which then becomes 90. Shield charge build has so much strength and it will all be 1.6 more damage. You're talking about the strength buff for Pardon? Yeah, I mean, the strength buff will help a little bit, but it's moving those classes builds up by roughly 2/3 of a pit tier. So like it's like 20 to 25% damage buff, depending on your main stat. So you're gonna notice that slightly in T12 content. But yeah, the bigger impact is gonna be like the season theme itself, basically. The season theme should make everyone something like 50 to 100% more tanky. And something like 50 to 100% more powerful as well. So that is like the real kicker. And all of these buffs are like relatively whatever. I think Ramadni is cooked now. Nah, Ramadni is fine. You could put Tibalds and it's fine. But Ramadni plus Selic is maybe not happening anymore. Which means Selic is not happening anymore, basically. Like, you're not going to equip a Selic without a Ramadni. But you can equip the Ramadni without the Selic, I guess. I don't know. I mean, you could still try. The question is, does a Ramadni actually drain you in town? That is kind of important. Like, a Dirge on the Warlock drains you in town, so you always start with 0 resources, so it's basically unplayable. Because you can't have Tibalds in town. But if Ramadni doesn't drain you in town, then maybe it's fine. As long as you keep up your Tibalds. And you have like a bit of extra resource gen. But you need like a lot of resource gen. Yeah, we'll see. I'll get a snack and some drink real quick before we start because it's about to launch here. BRB. Okay, we're back. And a Fanta. But this is a decarbonated Fanta, man. I'm not sure where we got that from. But it doesn't taste like the real thing. Thank you. BlizzCon will introduce new classes, Amazon and Witch Doctor. Yeah, for sure. How many skewers do I eat in a month? I ordered 7 for today, which cost me like, I think it was like 15 bucks. But yeah, that's basically everything I eat today. I'm trying to be a bit more carnivore again. So I guess we order like every few days. Maybe on average I eat like 5 of them. 15 per week, 10 to 15 per week maybe. Something like 50 plus. I live in Athens. I'm on the mainland. Any recommendation for season 15? Which character should we start with? Warlock or Rogue or Barb? No, I've never been to Malta. Yeah, Warlock is much smoother now. There's a lot longer timers on all of the buffs. There's a few things that are kind of important. You can now cast while moving. There's a bunch of nice stuff there. Malta is nice as well. Yeah, so I hear. Maybe I'll go there at some point. Where did you get that from? I don't know, maybe confuse me with like Joker. BlizzCon will introduce Diablo Immortal 1.5 now with extra in the X. Don't expect anything good from Blizz. I don't know. Blizzard has been on a pretty good trend lately, I think. Not just in Diablo. Haven't been back to the Europe since 2011. Huh. Where are you now? You put bets on Diablo Immortal too. I don't know, I think the Immortal is still going pretty strong as far as I'm aware. I wouldn't expect any sort of big change there. South Carolina, okay. I actually have no inside info about BlizzCon and what's coming. There's nothing I've seen or heard or tested. So I have no idea actually. No, it's true. I'm from Germany, living in Greece. Asked Adam Price not to be my +1 to BlizzCon. I'm pretty sure they would like gladly invite him if he wants to join. Already taking a +1. I have no idea, equals NDA. Well, usually they allow us to say that, okay, we have seen something, but I can't talk about it, or something like that. So, Greece is a shithole. Why are you there? Well, the economy is a shit show for sure. But I don't live in the Greek economy. I'm just here to stream things and eat skewers. You think Spirit One is gonna be cooked after PTR? Not just after the PTR. What do you want? He's scratching me, man. Yeah, no one has fed this dog, guys, for weeks. Did you hear that? What the fuck? What do you want? Don't bark at me, man. You're gonna get here, little please, but be patient. Pet the dog. Yeah, I'm gonna take him on my lap later. Need to show him how to play Warlock in Season 15. I wonder why they add Nemesis Bracers. Well, I mean, if nothing else, it facilitates like a group play with supports, right? So in the tower, at least, that's the thing. Especially now that they finally fixed the rogue bugs. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What are people doing? It's like finally the first time since the expansion that we don't have the rogue exploit. So I wonder if we actually see a bit of like a group meta now in the party tower leaderboards. I haven't looked at them. We did have like support barb and stuff like that. Oh my god, what the fuck? 130. Okay, let's see it this year. But yeah, my guess is we're gonna get something like an emanate system from Diablo 3 for mercenaries. Okay, this is a... Holy fuck. What? Huh? So here's a support partner. There's a Frostburn equipped. So that would go like a Nemesis Bracer now, or like the Charm. Like he doesn't need Endurance Faith, right? So who cares? So here, it's actually a Whirlwind Barb? It's actually a Whirlwind Barb. So they had a Storm Strike guy and a Whirlwind. And Another whirlwind. So two whirlwinds and a storm strike guy. It's kind of funny because they're playing static, so they don't actually profit at all from like all of the healing that the paladin does and so on. But yeah, this is a 4/14. So it's actually worse than like a solo clear that the druids are doing. But yeah, kind of hard to judge, like, you know, right now, because the druids are also kind of fucked up with like the macros and snapshotting and whatever they're doing. Dude, what is this? So this is 3 whirlwind bards and a storm strike guy. What? Wait, is it actually... Yeah, it's storm strike. He's not doing shred, actually. He has shred here, but I guess that's mostly it's for movement and stuff. What are people doing in 2-man? It's also storm strike. And a paladin. Okay. And then Mona said that because people in the West are calling what he does exploiting, he will no longer share his exploits with the West. Okay. I'm fully on board with that, actually. Let him have it. Okay, seems like PDR is not up yet. Unlucky. Half the chat was claiming the escalation reset wasn't an exploit. Yeah, man, people are so cooked, dude. It's crazy. And test time is only PC Battle.net. Dead necro noises. Same gear as the minus 20 tower tier. Yeah. Ooh. But hey, they're buffing desecrated ground. And Blight. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about Blight. My bad. Excited for Warlock? Yeah. I'm the only one missing a good old Corpse Explosion build from back in the days. Nah, man, I would like Corpse Explosion to be... Like, I want like a Diablo 2 Corpse Explosion again, you know? Like, you bone spear into the pack, you kill some small guy, You start pressing Cold Explosion and then boom, 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 you know, blow them all up. Like, why can't we have that? Is it so hard? Corpse lands when? To be honest, considering how many D3 things they have copied, I'm kind of surprised that there's no corpse lands. I think corpse land was just always fun. Like the whole like visual and the feel of it and stuff. You try to make a corpse explosion build every season, never works. Oof. You're 99% playing Poster Boy Rogue next season. Yeah. Yeah, Rogue is excellent right now. In fact, it might even be like kind of like too strong because it's not really moving anywhere, and it gets like a massive buff from the season theme. But okay, I guess. Amazon would be so crazy. Dude, it would be really badass to have an Amazon playable in this game. You make some spears, and then give her like polearms as well or something, I guess. And then some bows. Imagine they allow the Amazon to have like a two-handed weapon and a bow or something. Like the rogues. A two-handed and a shield. Does Roa lose any major damage because of Azarath nerf? I mean, for pushing, you'll feel that, yeah. But you don't, you know, in other content, you don't care. But yeah, Azarath is basically like Diablo 3's area damage on crack. So, you know, the larger the pull, the more damage you deal. And also, you know, the more monsters you kill to get faster progress. So, it scales with the number of enemies in the pool. And now it doesn't anymore, because it's single target only. So you're not gonna have these like gigantic pops where you just walk into like a pit 140 and then blow up the pack, boom, and move on. So you actually have to like kill them properly now. Building maces on axes and your skills emanate spears and bows like Paladin does with its spears. Hmm. Test run bugged? Nah, it's just not up yet. I'm gonna check the partner Discord if there's any news. This video makes my eyes bleed. I can do it on another one. Let's see. Haha. He missed a lot of variety in the Warlock builds. I mean, Warlock's gonna have a lot of builds next season. They're not good. 1 second. Okay, we're back, guys. So does it work now? Or what? Let's try. No. Detected corrupted data. Great. Alright. Blizzard watch the game file push. Need to replace build info. Wait, what? Can I do that manually or what? I mean the PTR for the PTR to test if the PTR works. Need to fully uninstall PTR and reinstall. Is anyone on the PTR? Okay, scanning. Let's try this first. Okay, I will try this, Hubie, if this doesn't work here. Let's just do this first. Yeah. Scan and repair may work or not. Dude, that's actually very slow, man. Scanning files, what the fuck? Okay, now it speeds up. Blizz is hacking my PC. Sure. Okay, let's try this. I'm not sure where it's installed. Can I see this? Okay. Build info. Can I open this with Notepad? Oh boy. This. It's actually just a 1 to 2. Everything else is the same. Okay, it seems like I'm not getting the error. GG. Okay, it's... Oh. Unlucky. How can my graphics driver be out of date? PTR started an update. Okay. Okay. F. I don't have the HD files anyway, guys. They reverted this again. Is there any other patch? No, this is the only one. Gotta try this again. Okay, now it just launches without any error. Okay, I guess just try it twice, I guess. Have you tried turning it off and on again, guys? This is Pepsi, maximum taste, zero sugar, lime flavor. Hashtag not sponsored. Wait, how's my Steam on? Okay, I have to relaunch the game now. Watch out, it's gonna break again. No! It's starting the fucking update. Ugh. I guess I have to do this thing again. Watch out. Ugh. Coke, zero vanilla all day. Dude, I haven't seen vanilla Coke in years anywhere. Like, does it even still exist? I was a big fan of it when it came out, and then it just vanished. Let's just make Apocalypse first, maybe. Alright, what did I do with the misanthropic again? 45% damage and 1%. Gives you dominance, okay. Alright, I guess you can like delete all these. Okay. What's the message? Heraldic post? Yeah, let's see the heraldic post. They just said they're gonna do some sort of test thing on the PTR, so we'll see. Visit the heraldic post in any major city. I don't see it. Let's try and kill a shot. Maybe Gyakul is not major enough. Oh look, and it's actually here. Supplies for the journey ahead. Welcome to the heraldic post. Emblematic reward. Ah, so I guess here's where we're gonna get the tower reward. I cannot delete it. It says shift right click delete. Greetings, Wanderer. We can close that special emblem. Processing. I've claimed the parcel. Nice. The erotic pose has a right to sanctuary. Through it, important letters can be sent, including rewards, supplies, commemorative items. Okay, it had actually no attachment. Let's see how long this one processes. It's a really big parcel, man. Okay, so this tells us it's most likely connected to the shop in some way. Like, the shop always has like a really long processing window. Supplies for the journey ahead. Small armory cache, a baron's bag of coin, and 100,000 gold. Mate, you just froze it on the ground. Why is it on the ground? What is this? Okay. And I can throw it on the ground again. Alright. Very cool. The mailbox has a hole in it. Alright, guys. Well. Oh, you actually get a lot of fragments and stuff now. Sure. The poses in Temis as well. Yeah, so it's in Shard and Temis. And then who knows which other city. Maybe they forgot Gyakul. Unlucky. Ground loot buffed. Okay, that should be fine. Let's see the other cities real quick. Actually, there should be an icon, right? If it has a mailbox. There's no mailbox in Katbadu. So the mailbox is showing here. And it is showing here. Where the fuck is the mailbox? There's no mailbox, right? It shows there, but it's not there. Incoming DC from Mud Spam? No, I can't DC from that. So apparently here's one. Carrigar is good enough for the postman. Okay. Anyway, let's see the new items, guys. Let's get rid of some stuff here first. No legendaries, whatever. But I want a bit of movement speed at least. Ah, shit. We have to go to Torment, I guess. How does the PTR work? Yeah, it has like the next patch, basically. Oh boy. Oh. Okay. Nice, we got a golden epiphany with damage. Wait, why are these here? Worldly Destruction. Worldly Scourge. Okay. Apparently I can't use those. If you can put 2 souls in the orc, it's crazy. It doesn't work for the seasonal splinters, if that's what I mean. Hellhound Sabatons. Wait, are they actually buffed? Doombringer, 40% chance, to deal 4000, damage reduction. Shroud of False Death doesn't seem to like get any benefit from being mythic. Dirge of Odium. So, wait a second. So this is a mythic, and this is also a mythic. But this one has like brown color and text, and this one has like the mythic color. Like what? But they also made normal unique versions of these. Do we have them here maybe? No. That's a bit sus. I guess we'll see. Soul Splinter. Oh shit. Actually, we need to make some runes. Iconic mythics and regular uniques turned mythic. Iconic uniques now also have a non-mythic version. Okay, here's Squirt's Blouse. While not taking damage, you take up to 50% and deal up to 65% more damage. This bonus reset upon losing life. Okay, so I guess this is actually very similar to the Squirt's Necklace, but it's weaker. Wait a second, these charms have 3000 res. What? Okay, here it is. Wait a second, how did I get 123 out of 130 on a mythic? So something like Furnace would be very good for builds that scale heavily with like AoE, like number of targets basically. Like good old Noxious Resonance or Widow's Web builds or something on Spiritborn. Because you kill the trash slower. Spanish Laws, 1000 Dude, 3700 fire res. Are these other charms? Yeah, look at this. They also have that 2500 on a normal. Like, what is going on? This is res. That is insane. And the thing is that this is actually in addition to the stats that you can get, right, on these. Although, I don't see any of them that have skill ranks. Ah, here's skill ranks. Okay, so that's still a thing. Okay, what does this thing salvage into? 100 resin. Thick. Okay. Death itself is kind of all the resin armor we can get. Yeah, it's gonna make like a min-maxing of charms like even more tedious. So instead of making this like less annoying, they made it even more annoying because now suddenly the secondary res also matters. And then you potentially want to like swap them around depending on which boss you're fighting or something. Or like, you know, depending on which res you get on those charms, you want to then swap that around for the other charm or something. Holy shit. Do the iconic charms count as a unique charm because before they didn't? Yeah, that was just a bug, I guess. But yeah, we can try. Yeah, give me a sec. Realistically, only matters on pushing? Yeah, not really. People tend to die a lot in just the 12 content. And now we actually have like extremely hard content as well. So I expect these like T15 bosses are going to be the most dangerous that you can find. Abyssal Splinter of Anguish. So they don't have any randomness or any rolls or anything like that. Okay. Oh. So the rest rolls, even on items, are much higher. Look at this. 3000. Okay. So a typical Aurus roll is like 400 what? Yeah, 400 actually. So 400 times 6 is 2.4. So actually the single res rolls are more efficient as a roll than they are as a gem. Like for gems, it's like more in favor of auras, but still worse as a auras. So are these changed? No. Yeah, I see it's like 375 versus 2.65, 2.625. So now this is 3000 and this is 400. So, you know, this is like a very small gap to 400, but this is quite a large gap to 3000. So the single res rolls are now even better. Like quite a lot better. Interesting. Okay, let's see these uniques. Oh wait, we wanted to check the... Where is it? Diamond Mind. Okay, I can do this. No. Okay, so they're not bugged anymore. Need that. Need that. Well, I don't think I'm actually gonna throw anything in here. So once we start making a build, I'm just gonna like filter for the item and just open a bunch. So let's just say screw that. But I do want to see the new items. So let's try to find those. Also, okay, Shroud of False Death has the same effect as before, as a mythic. And Dario has the same effect as before. Actually, now that I think about it, this like single rest change makes a lot of sense. Because we actually have the option to like very easily swap resistances to another resistance these days, right? Because we have the cube crafting. So it's only gonna be like on the uniques where it's gonna be a bit of a trouble. Oh, they changed Eldorin. Attacks will smite enemies with less than 35% health. So that sounds like it's gonna kill enemies. That's 35%. Well, that is... Yeah, it's basically just a support item. 35% cull, basically. Yeah, that is extremely strong for group play. But not really good otherwise. Well, it could be good in cases where, like, you swap it in. Like, you know, you fight like a boss for 5 minutes and you swap it in and then kapow, just execute them. So that's gonna be something. I'm not a fan of execute mechanics. I think it always has like this sort of abuse case. Where you just like swap it. Wait, they changed Meditar to 200% resource now. I wonder if they changed the mechanic behind it again. Okay. I guess you have to see if we actually survive with this now. Interesting. Because they put NGO in the game. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, why did they put NGO when they already had the like the Eldarin, right? Squirt's blouse. Okay. Actually, can we see this? Not here, I guess. We'll see. Looks very stylish. Henry's. Wait, is that more than it said? No, okay. Nemesis. Definitely to experiment with this thing, yeah. The Hand of Apotheosis is gonna be insane, I think. Let's see what this thing looks like. Wait. She's just like hanging there. What? And the butcher's cleaver. Ah, okay, because it's a shift. Okay, what if I throw it on the ground? So it's similar to before. Sleeping cat. Okay. Anything else? Lorok's crown. Cancels jewelry. Increase the effect of any gem. We have to try this at some point. What does it look like? Beautiful. Thunder Gods is still in the blue table. Indigo is something to try at some point. There's still no indicator if an item can become a charm or anything, right? Eh. So is Nemesis Blades actually the only item that doesn't scale as a mythic? Let's see. I want to see the regular unique version of that. None here. I wonder if it's actually going to be in the box. Try transfigure aspect on Lorok's crown. What do you mean with transfigure aspect? Ah, the furnace. Ooh, 200%. 260. Oh. Yo, furnace is actually insane. That is an extremely strong item. Wow, buffs, guys. Okay. Okay, it doesn't quite look like the D3 version, but I'll take it. Okay, I don't see most of the mythics as the regular unique. Hoda is back, baby. Yeah. We'll see. But it's probably gonna be at least playable. I mean, Bob in general is like strong enough to kind of carry almost anything on the class, I guess. Just from like generic scaling that the class has. But I think it's still gonna be like mostly whirlwind dominance. Ah, here, Stone of Jordan. Your resistances are each equal to your highest, and you deal 24,500 of that element. Uh-huh. Hmm. And it has free to all skills with the masterwork. It actually seems relatively good to me. Like if your options are like random 60% aspects or something, this is not such a damage loss and a lot of defense actually. Like a lot of defense. I think this can very easily mean like plus 50% or more toughness in addition to a bunch of damage. So the difference, okay, it's 1.25 as a mythic, it's a shit. As a mythic, it's a 32.5. So it's only missing a 20% damage upgrade towards a 60% aspect. Then you have all skills, which is probably better than your third best roll on the ring or something like that. Mm-hmm. I should probably save this somewhere. Oh, we can equip it, I guess. Okay, so the grandfather is unchanged. Okay, how do I get a regular version of Mythics? I haven't gotten a single one yet. I guess I have to go and craft them. Go get that Annie, for sure. Are you sure you want to bind this to your account, guys? Oh my god. Even before you can't actually get that now, watch out. We're gonna make like 7 times. Ah, good. It's only enough hammer. Oh, upgrade to Mythic. I should check the recipe. It's 5 sparks, and that's it. I expected this to be worse. Okay, we can check if it actually works. How about that? So weapon, will, resource, core. Weapon, will, resource, core. Okay, so that seems fine. He's a weapon, GA life, all core. Weapon, GA life, all core. Okay, so it seems fine. Craft attack. Okay, it actually seems impossible to get a grandfather for me. Nah, the fated one craft attack. Yeah, that'll be interesting actually. We can try. Yeah, 5 sparks. I mean, if you're gonna redo this over and over, but realistically, don't redo it over and over, right? You're gonna do it like a few times, and that's it. So 5 sparks is actually relatively low cost. Splinter and Mythic Orcs is like 7,000 res and more than double damage. Definitely intended. Wait, are you getting the bonus on the Splinter? I thought you're not gonna get it in just the res. Yes, you get both. Omega long. Yeah, I would not expect that to stay though, guys. I don't think I'm gonna even test that. Okay, I cannot get a grandfather. Guys. Oh, needs the ancestral unique, okay. Okay, 3 times crafted. This one also has craft attack. Let's just make another one. What about craft attack from here, for example? So they also say crafted. Okay, how do I distinguish this? There's no distinction. They look the same, they have the craft attack. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Disaster. Wait, I need, wait, which one was which? This one is crafted? Who knows, actually, at this point. Can I make mythics from Jura now? Only class mythics, actually. Okay, I guess. The crafted invitation actually does not exist. I can just make the mythic. I can just equip it, I guess. Uh-huh. Good. How am I making grandfather? Yeah, I can't actually. So I can only get the mythic grandfather, not the normal grandfather. Which grandfather I need? I need a non-mythic grandfather. But I cannot get one. I guess you could see it from the charms, maybe. I can try to make more charms. Is there anything else? What about one-handed sword? What is this there? There's Eldarin. Let's see. Good. Shard. Yeah, same story. I don't think I can get them. Maybe they didn't implement recipes or something, so I'm not sure how the like underlying like framework works here with like mythic or like unique crafting. So maybe they actually have like each individually added as like a recipe outcome or something, and they didn't add the iconic mythics as uniques. Maybe you can find them. Maybe we'll find them when you go kill stuff. Instead of crafted, it should say upgraded. Yeah, I think that makes sense. But more importantly, it needs to like not look the same. Like, I don't want to hover all the items and then remember, oh, was this an upgrade from the cube? And you have to like scroll down on the tooltip to even see the tag. Like, it's completely stupid. Just make it like in the 3 where you actually have like a different color on the background and you see it immediately. Like, there's no excuse. Okay, so I don't think I can get non-mythic mythics. Okay, so this now has random everything, including the iconics. I got a 4GA to bring up, by the way. I'm not sure if we're gonna do some Dracula's. Maybe Dracula's is a bit of like a archive candidate. So does it say I can make a charm? It says Okay, it says I cannot craft a charm from it. What if I take Razor Plate, which can definitely be a charm? So here it works. Here it shows I can do a charm. Let's see if we can use mythic charms as fodder. We can't do a 3-to-1. Okay, the problem is this one. These two work, but the iconic mythic charm does not work. Oh boy. Oh, wait. It's just an ancient oath, actually. It also has no effect. It also has only one fixed stats. I don't know, so yeah, I don't know. Apparently it can cross them. It has 5 stats? Oh yeah, right. It's 5 stats. Weapon, life on kill, life on hit. Wait, life on hit and life on kill actually cannot roll together, I think. Yeah, I guess it's just blocked right now, so. That's supposed to be in, yeah. I guess we'll see. Does it have lore? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking Messerschmitt is not in the PTR because of maybe some lore, you know, spoiler or something. But I don't know. Apparently it's here, and the only thing that's on the item is actually the lore, so. Okay. Alright, so Blacksmith gives you everything. Let's see this. Ah shit, we need a lot of runes. Let's get some. Where's the guy? Do you have an Emrak here? D1 remaster. Again? Okay, but up to 92 the Hour of Glorious Crown and new season jewelry. Yeah, forget about that, guys. It's not happening. 0 chance. What to do if you can't enter endgame state of the game? Import your characters. There's an import button. Glyn would beg to differ. Well, this time I'm not gonna just like randomly turn it on in the middle of the season though. You know. Why did it tell me my GPU drivers are out of date? Ritual says, can I cast a movie now? Dark Prison with the Fire Aura. Sigil of Chaos with the Fire Aura. And Bombardment with the automatic bombardment. So, all of the right stuff, actually. And a lot of builds like those skills. PDR, known issues. Oh boy. PDR boost. Class mechanic does not automatically unlock. Okay. Unique items and talismans. The affix effect from a unique talisman. Nemesis price is not functioning. The faint speciality. Trigger drops just 2 pieces equipped. Enemy's position has an additional +2 phones affix. Wait, that is not intended? No way. I thought this was so cool. I thought this is actually, you know, flavorful, unique item design. Ah, wait, there's a charm. Yeah, okay, on the charm, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, okay. It is intended, yeah. Alright. Yeah, they're moving for the charm. Okay, whatever. Okay, Eric's Needle. We need to check that Eric's Needle, actually. Does more damage than intended. Class balance. Okay. 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 Alright. Yeah, nothing really big so far. Okay, how's my runes? Let's see what this jeweler can do. Okay. Yeah. Wait. These are random items. So everything was class items. But the boots gives me like random bullshit. There's a Hellhound. He's a soul brand. Razor plate. Okay, so it's not just class items. Really? I guess it says usable by your class and not specifically a class uniques. Okay. F. Okay, this is like basically completely dead. Like, wait, is there actually a difference now to a blacksmith? They will not have a craft attack. Are we sure about that? Yeah. What about the blacksmith? Can now drop either mythic, uniques, or iconic mythics that are valid for your class. Okay, can I get iconics? I haven't gotten an iconic here. What is like the most likely? I guess I can try some helms and some one-handers. Yeah, I thought that they changed the jeweler, but I guess I didn't read it correctly. I thought it's only class uniques at the jeweler now, but yeah, good that we tested this. Four times Messerschmitt. Okay. I don't see any iconics. Ah, okay. So both of them just craft everything now. Andariel. Yeah, okay. Read the second part. Ah, here, no, there it is. It will return a random class-specific mythic unique from that slot. Yeah, so this is, yeah, this is what I meant actually. I'm not tripping actually. It's not that. It says a class-specific mythic, but it gives me everything. What? Oh. Shadow Falls Dev is not in hardcore. We still can't craft a unique pole arm from the cube. Let's get some more runes, so I have that sorted out. Oh shit, they're all despawning. Go to like Torment 8. Too many people here. Shroud is available in the hardcore PTR. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's probably because, like, you know, they need to clean up the crafting options and stuff. But it's not gonna be in the game in hardcore. Yeah, if your loot is despawning, then just switch difficulty to where there's no people. Everyone is in T12, so this is why your loot is despawning. Okay, did I? Yo, Hammered Stone as a charm is actually kind of cracked. It's gonna be wild. We should check if this one actually gives us extra HP. Moves inventory. I guess this 40% multi. We have 3, 3, 3, 9, 4, 6, 7, 4. And now... do we trust it? Okay, 3, 8, 7, 3. Okay, we shouldn't trust it. It's actually not a multi, it's fake. So it's actually even worse than we thought. So it has a bigger downside than the other defensive splinter. And has a way smaller upside. That is also getting diminished by your paragons. F. Okay. As soon as that, Sin. So many questions, so few answers. No, it's not an X, it's additive. It was like 34% upgrade when I took these notes. So it's already getting diluted really fast. So typical builds have something like around 100% bonus HP or so. I guess we can check, for example, this one. Yeah, 106% maximum life, you see this? So yeah, it's like half value roughly of what it says. The X is a lie, yes. Season 15 looking promising. Well, I haven't seen the content yet, but overall, yeah, patch notes were like decent, I would say. My builds normally have 5%. Spoken like a true whirlwind enjoyer. Well, in that case, I don't think you will care about the Sin Splinter. How much was the furnace again? 200, right? Or was it 240? All these uniques. I want to get a Stone of Jordan. Wait, which uniques are we looking for? Okay, Lorik, Nemesis, Stone, Scourge, Eric, Henry, and Geom. I haven't seen the Geom actually. Okay, let's try this again. What? Okay, here's the Nemesis. Ah, here's a gem. Okay, so they actually just gave the Elden effect to this one. I wonder if as a mythic it's gonna become 13. It should, I guess. Okay, what else do you want? Noric's Crown. I mean, you have that already. But let's put it here. Sort of Jordan. Furnace. Here. Henry. Here. Messerschmitt. Ah, here's this. Squirts. Yeah, I wonder if this actually works with barriers. I guess it should. In D3 it works with barriers. So it should be here as well, I guess. So I'm missing Eric's Needle, need to make a barb. Messerschmitt is not functional right now. Wait, what? 2, 4, 6. 1, 2. Which one is missing? The Nemesis. Now we have that. No, Jordan is missing. Okay, how do we get that Messerschmitt again? I think I crafted it, right? I got a bunch of Messerschmitts. I'm not sure where from. Was it class unique? No. Where did I get them earlier? Oh, it doesn't really matter. So it's gonna be like in every build, like in D3. Yeah, at least during season 15, you will not really have like much of a defensive problem, I guess. But you also need barriers reliably. I got it from jewel crafting. Nah, I had non-mythic Messerschmitts, no? Were they all mythic? Pretty sure I had non-mythics. Nah, anyway. I guess generic uniques, let's see. There we go. Gain 50% deadly strike chance. Your deadly strikes deal 100% increased damage. And it has attack speed. Like a hit? Wait a second. Deal 40% chance to deal 2200 poison damage over 10 seconds. So it's a It's like an envenom item. Okay, so if Deadly Strikes do nothing besides having this 100% extra damage bonus, this is like extremely weak. But it kind of sounds like they will do more than that. They have like a, you know, they're underlined, so there should be like some keyword, like tooltip or something. I guess you'll find out what it does. But yeah, as a pole arm going in that slot. It's just a new crit. So it scales as a mythic to 65% chance and 130% damage, but even that is relatively bad. And the attack speed roll is not necessarily much better than the next best, like, I don't know, damage roll or something. And the poison thing is probably something you want to roll off, if anything. Yeah, Deadly Strike, I thought it's just something kind of similar to crit in this game, no? The chance to deal double damage. Okay, so if it does double damage and then also gets this multi, that would make a lot more sense, I think. So that means 65% of the time you're gonna do double and then another times 2.3. And then 35% extra. So in total this will be a 3.34 multi as a mythic. So if that is what is happening, then this is a relatively good item, I guess. Because the attack speed is better than the typical roll. So you have like another slight benefit there. Could be double damage or guaranteed crit. Okay, so if it's a replacement for crit chance, you could do like Lokrin and all that, right? But I don't think this is necessarily the same. If anything, it will probably be worded differently, right? Instead of Deadly Strike, it could say something like, okay, you have X% like chance to actually roll the crit or something. Yeah, I guess you actually have to like test and see what happens when we use this thing. A single attack cannot get both bonuses. So I wonder if it works the same. Like you cannot get a crit when you do a Deadly Strike. So it's basically like a non-crit crit effect. Maybe? Without any affix multipliers. I mean, I've played a bunch of non-crit builds, actually. This would actually be a relatively big upgrade to those. And not just that, but now we have the technology. Right? We have this here. So that is, at least for season 15, that is an extremely potent combo. Good for dots. And the question is, does this work with dots? And it could be that it works for anything that you attack with, including dots. maybe it works with thorns. Yeah. Yeah, I think you have to like test everything one by one. Like what happens with dots, what happens with hybrid skills, what happens with thorns, what happens when you have crit, what happens when you don't have crit. Yeah. And once we have answers to these questions, then we'll understand how good this is. It could be good though. So an optimistic read would be a times 3.34. And that is actually good, I'd say. As a mythic. It does have a dot lucky hit. Yeah. But it might be more flavor than anything. I wouldn't really trust it. It's kind of funny that they took an elemental surge temper and made it a dot instead. But yeah, realistically, I think we're gonna just roll that off. I don't really see a lot of scenarios where you would want that. Oh, it says a gigantic range, 2.2 to 5.4. Interesting. Warlock SJ plus aspect that all damage is converted to fire and fire as multi-aspect. Yeah, I mean the fire as multi-aspect is not gonna get significantly better, but you're gonna squeeze out a few more percent from that. Because usually you already have like 85% plus or so damage reduction of an element, and then maybe you're gonna boost that to like 90 or something. So this is like sort of the extent of what to expect. Wait, you can roll gem strength? Wait, did it say that? Oh, wait, let me double check this. Is that like now roll? I didn't see it on any item yet. Maybe it's like specific to that unique. Let me see. Okay, dude, what? What is going on? Yeah, this does not seem right. That does not seem... That does not seem okay, guys. Wait, this thing has gold drop rate. Wait a second. What is going on? I can't actually roll anything on the Thorax. So unlucky. Yeah, that seems very sus, guys. I don't think this is real. With the gem strength. Funny enough, I haven't even seen it on any of the random items that I gathered. Okay, it's not even nude filter, guys. I can't even search for it. What about this poison damage proc from Iron's Needle? It's not showing here. What about gold? No. Okay, so all of the new special stats are not in nude filter, so... Yeah. Let's see if anything rolled with the gem strength. How hard would it be to roll it? I guess I don't necessarily have to pick it. We can just like see if it ever shows up. Not a single one so far. Find it on a weapon. On a weapon we have better options. Like there's not so much here that can roll. I would like a weapon that already has some life as well. It's a bug that isn't showing up at the enchanter. I think that's the bug. The enchanter is the bug, guys.
What do you seek? The ancients watch over this one.
There's no gem strength. It's not rolling. Splinter powers don't stack. They sure do. Dude, all the PDR leaderboards gonna be completely polluted with like people going like quintuple the Orc's crown plus 100% damage. Everyone is gonna speedrun 150 in like 3 seconds. And then the patch goes live and everyone's gonna be like surprise Pikachu face when they fix it. Oh. Wait, I'm doing like 300 times less damage than the PDR? What is that fix, please? Okay, there's no gem strength, guys. It's not happening. It's just like showing it the enchanter. That's kind of funny. Alright. Anything else we can or should do here? In terms of like generic testing. So I only noticed these two items were changed, by the way. I didn't notice any other changes to uniques. Anyone else? What else do we have? Squirts, furnace. Star Jordan we have. Ariok's Needle. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. Henry, we have that. Angium. Okay, and Nemesis Bracer. And this has to be the most useless item ever. It's gonna be pretty good for group pushing, I think. Like on supports, you're gonna equip this. It's like a supports item. If you don't give us an option to put it on a Merc, it's gonna be at least used for group tower pushing, but that is so niche that I feel like we don't need this item in the game. Everyone is just gonna be unhappy when they see it every time. Right? It's like such a niche thing. And the other question is like, why do we need to buff group players specifically, right? There's no reason to do that in the first place. Group play is already OP. So why do they need this item in the first place? But maybe that's a bit of a strategic element. Dude, in before it does not work with the pylons in the tower. Oh no. Oh no. I just realized. I need to see this actually right now. That'll be hilarious. Tower is unavailable. Fuck. Okay, wait, when does it open? Is it just not on the PTR or what? Ugh. It wasn't PTR last time. Okay, F. Okay, so this means you have like literally no clue, actually. Yeah. Dude, I think there's like, not a small chance that it just doesn't work in the tower. And it makes it like, just like completely pointless, actually. Oh god. It's almost 100% chance. Yeah, what they needed to do is they needed to make like Nemesis boots or something. You know? Then maybe, right? Maybe you'd equip this. Turn it into Mythic. It's gonna spawn 1.3 elite packs. Guys. Huge. Can you make it a charm for farming? Well, making it a charm is not really more attractive than equipping it, you know? You lose plus minus the same from doing that, which is somewhere around half your damage, or maybe a bit less than that. So no one is ever gonna do this. And this item is completely worthless as it is, if you have to wear it yourself. Yeah, exactly. There's also just like not really many shrines. Like, try to run pits and count the shrines. How often do you see a shrine? T12 is just farm mode. Yeah, I mean, if you play a Barb, sure. Maybe you're gonna equip a Nemesis Bracer. Give up a half your damage because you don't care. But I mean, you're not gonna do that anymore anyway. In Season 15, you know, we have ridiculously hard content. Like, even the Barbs will not wear Nemesis Bracer in T12. And again, there's like no shrines. Like, you don't even lose anything from not having them equipped, you know? And even if you find a shrine and you click it and it spawns in the elite pack, what do you get? You know? Like, monsters don't drop anything. Barbs lose the most, Gauss, Bracer, etc. Yeah, I just meant like, you know, the power level of a Barb, right? Yeah, Gauss, yeah, if you play Whirlwind Barb, I guess. I think if there's any reason for this to exist, it's equivalent on Mercs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this has to go on the Merc, and then maybe, yeah. Is the Paladin getting any love next season? Hell nah. Yeah, it's time to make a build finally. I want to see this stuff. If we can equip mercs, I'm making right here a machine gun, not my support. Nah, and I think they fixed it actually, the right here machine gun. Are gems and helm working? Yeah, they're working a little bit too well actually. So not only are they not inactive, but they're also buffed by the lowest crown. So it's kind of funny. People are gonna do some funny stuff on the PTR. Classic. Okay, we have this here. I guess we can do like a first findings video real quick and show off the new uniques as well. While they add it. And then, okay, these are all the calculations I did earlier and so on. This is for later. What one is this upcoming season is going core? We don't know entirely, but I mean, all these items are in the game now, so they will be core. The upgrade to Mythic is going to be core. But yeah, in terms of content, I don't know. SOJ seems insane. Yeah, I need to actually try this. Like SOJ. I think SOJ might be underrated right now. I saw people earlier making fun of it, but I think it's actually pretty good. We'll see how it will play out when I actually, like, you know, put like 3 times the same gems and then an Heroic's Crown, and, you know, you can roll this as well. I think it's gonna be really fucking tanky. So... it will be Giga DR? Yeah, I think so too. I think this can easily make you 50% plus toughness or something like that. Probably more. Tacits of the Dawning Sky. The problem is that Tacits is giving you the element that you have, that you take damage from. So that doesn't actually synergize, because you can't predict what you take damage from, right? So you're gonna stack Fire Res, have SOJ, and then you also have to take a fire hit to get a Tacits for fire to get more Fire Res. Warlock's Aspect of Calamity should work with Hellfire Splinter. Wait, what do you want to do with that? Like, Calamity is just like the extra crit, no? Yeah. Isn't taking the highest element? No, Tacits of the Dawning Sky gives you resistance equal to the damage you took. Like the element. Like if you take lightning damage, you get lightning res from Tacits. But if you are stacking fire res to then make everything the same number, and you don't take fire damage on the Tacits, then it's kind of worthless, I guess. So you would also have to take fire damage, and then you would get more, basically. Combine that with the Warlock's new thing that it only takes fire damage. That is, like, not a combination, actually. Make SJ Enquiries bit just to see how much res you can get. Yeah, maybe. Could you progress with Bloodmaid Idol? I'm not 100% sure, actually, if Tacits would give you fire when you have Bloodmaid. That's kind of an interesting question. You can see.
find your way back.
Okay, so we have the perfect materials for this experiment for later. We'll see. Resistance cut at 90. Wait, is it? Ah, shit. Yeah, this might actually kill that whole strategy. Because I think we're getting dangerously close to 90 already. Yeah, to see. And Gem has cooldown on it. Have to see what happens with the Lokran as well later. Okay, here's a Tassets. I kind of have a feeling it will ignore the dot from the Blood Mat. Oh, does the thing always come with the fire damage proc? Can we see Kitty? Yeah. Can you ask why no one is playing Fire Abaddon build? Because season 15 is the season for that. It's just like kind of weak right now on the live server. But I have a planner already in the Discord, you can check. Nah, it still does lightning rest, so the burn does not actually change anything. It doesn't reproc from inner take the burn and stuff, you see. So you can't do Blood Mat and Tassets. But you should check what happens when we do SOJ to get off this. Okay, nothing happens, turns out. Oh no. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, so you can't do any combo. Rogue can use Grandfather Charm. I doubt it. Does Maxo have the PTR planner up? Maybe? I didn't try. I don't see PTR yet. Yeah, I'm not really sure which way it would go with Tassets. Like, what is actually the expected outcome of Tassets? So would we expect that it will just like override the SOJ effect? And then SOJ will just kick in and give us the higher value. The thing is that realistically, if it's not the element that you're already stacking for SOJ, you know, if you take any other element in damage, then you would not even reach that number anyway. Like, you're gonna have so much more res of the one that you're stacking that whatever else is gonna get hit and buffed, it's not even gonna reach it. So realistically, I mean, there's like complete anti-synergy between those items, right? So you would never actually combine them in the first place, even if it did work somehow. The only use case where I could see this being a potential combo is if you can, you know, get... Okay, so you stack fire damage, you take fire... you stack fire res, you take fire damage with Tacit's equipped, so you have like even more fire res, and then you equip Stone of Jordan and snapshot it forever, right? And unequip Tacit's. But then we have like a whole different problem. So I think it's probably for the best that it just doesn't work, because there's no realistic use case for it. How does SOJ and Bloodmat interact? Or SOJ and Bloodmat and the all damage taken as Fire Warlock aspect? Yeah, so as far as I know, Bloodmat does not care about fire res. It burns you, but it burns you based on the original hit. And how whatever damage type that was, and however much resistance you had for that. So apparently, the self-burn from Metamorphosis on a Warlock does use fire res. But Bloodmat does not use fire res. It uses whatever is the element of the hit that burns you. Tessets can't get a new damage type until the old one ends. Wait, is that real? Maybe this is the reason why the amulet is not stopping then. Do they have the same timer? This is 8 seconds, and this is 6 seconds. And then we should see it swap now. But we don't. So. And now we got fires at the end, actually. Look. Huh. But it was like a delay. Ah, no, there's no delay. It's because you have to wait until it's over and then you get... Okay, so actually... Interesting. There should be no instance of fire damage occurring at all. Yeah, I mean, it's still burn, and burn is fire. So even though it can't be modified by resistances, it's still fire damage. So I guess it makes sense. And the character is also visibly on fire, so this is just like the animation that comes with it as well. Wouldn't a spin that causes all damage you take become fire and show Bloodmat always be fire? And Bloodmat is fire, but you can't modify the number. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter which element you take with Bloodmat. You always burn. And the fire rest doesn't matter. Burning the weight, I heard it's not burning, it just means it's a dot, not that it's fire damage. If it's fire damage but not impacted. Yeah, so at least when I tested it back in season 13, So the way that it worked was it just triples the damage you take under all circumstances, basically. That's it. It triples the damage, but it is a burn. Anything that interacts with burning or taking fire damage and so on, like the tassels as well, right? So that will all still give you like the effect of fire, even if you took like a lightning hit or something. But it will be resisted by lightning res, or it will be resisted by shadow if you take a shadow hit or something. And the subsequent burn is going to be affected by that reduction, not by fire. Because it just takes whatever damage you take and triples it. That's it. Because if it didn't do that, right? I mean, most endgame builds have something in the range of like 85 or 90% damage reduction from resistances. So this 200% extra would be absolutely nothing, right? You wouldn't even notice that. Okay. Oh, the SSJ doesn't work in town. Yeah. Classic. Okay. If you wear a splinter that makes all damage fire, then only fire res matters. Well, that's an aspect, not a splinter, no? You wonder how long it takes to do base D4 campaign in both expansions? I'm not sure, it's like a real, like a speedrun time for the base campaign, maybe like 5-6 hours. Best of Hated like 90 minutes. Or so. And then Lord of Hated like 3 hours. So yeah, I guess like 10 hours you can do all of them, if you're like going really fast. Okay, we're gonna do a quick YouTube, guys. Just want like the first impressions and stuff, and the items. Rogue next. Now, Rogue testing is gonna be in a few days, guys. We have a lot more important work to do here on the Warlock first. Yeah, I will update the Apocalypse guide as well. Okay. So we have this, we have that. Actually, do I have the splinter somewhere? We should probably get them real quick. Where are they actually? Seasonal stuff? I guess that's season. Grand seasonal items. Yay. They come in all shapes and colors, guys. Does it show here actually? Attack speed bonus. Doesn't show in town, okay. Oh, the number actually goes up though. 80%, okay. I wonder if the negative effect is also amplified. I want to see that actually. I wonder if it can actually go to like 0% movement speed or something. Nah, not quite. It stayed 30. Oh. Wait, my attack speed is not going up though. I still have 20% attack speed bonus. Yeah, wait, this is not working, guys. Am I getting debated? What about a crit? Crit is not working. It is not working, guys. What about the cost? 28, 30, and yeah, this is not working. I guess it'll be very easy to see if you do this, for example. 57 seconds. Can you just soccer the same thing twice? You are stunned for 4 seconds plus 10,000 physical res. Wait, why does it look so weird with the res? I just realized. Is the res more? So the res seems to be working, but the effects don't seem to be working. Maybe it should also be easy to see. Yeah? Okay, 6k. Yeah, this is not working, guys. Look. It's less damage. Yeah, they're not working. Instead of crit chance. Maximum resource and life. 3.8k life. Not working. Not working. Yeah, they're all not working. I mean, maybe this one here, killing elite pack, but I would just assume they're not working. It's not like you really want to use this in the first place. Lose first and movement speed. I don't. Yeah, also my toughness is not going up, look. Yeah, 22, 34. I have 92% DR. Someone was just lying in Twitch chat earlier. Well, maybe they weren't lying. Maybe they just trusted the tooltip. But, yeah. I would say the tooltip is the bug, not that it doesn't improve the power. I mean, you should just... I feel like for season 15, or like the specialness of, okay, Laur's Crown is now new and we have the splinters, it will probably make sense that you can socket them and then have more of these effects, but not buff the effects. But yeah, anyway. I guess it also, you know, we're already so powerful with the season theme, it's probably fine. Anyway, usual time, just a quick one. Hi everyone, so the season 15 PTR is live. I just went in here, I haven't done that much testing yet, I've just been setting up my character and trying out various things and doing a bit of mechanics testing. But I did want to show off the new unique items that we have here. So there's 9 new uniques coming, and there's also these new seasonal soul splinters that are themed around the like evils and of the like lords of hell basically. And there's some funny stuff, like you can put them into your Lorix crown, for example. However, it turns out they don't actually do anything there. So this is just a tooltip error, I guess, and only the resistances are getting amplified. So before you think, oh my god, everyone is going to have 92% damage, the reduction, and like, you know, 230% extra math drops and 230% extra damage, that is not actually happening, guys. So just a little heads up there. but it has been kind of interesting to check out what these new uniques do, and there's some pretty interesting stuff on these. But yeah, let's look at them one by one. We have Nemesis Bracers. This was already previewed. This is the same as the Diablo 3 item, with the exception here it's a glove and not a bracer, because there is no bracer slot. TLDR on this item, this is completely unusable for anyone, really. And the only use case I can imagine right now is like a support player in like a tower 4-man push or something like that. However, I have a slight suspicion this might not even work with pylons. And in that case, it will just have like no use at all, basically. So in a regular gameplay, even if you're like kind of overkilling Torrent 12, yeah, if you're like really OP, maybe you would wear this. But you also just don't really get shrines in Diablo 4 compared to Diablo 3, for example, where, you know, every single rift has like 2 to 4 shrines, and you can click those and get a bunch of packs, and they actually, you know, drop something, or so like they're actually valuable. In D4, this is like all of that is not the case. There are no shrines, basically, and even if you find an elite, they don't really drop anything. So right now, I don't really have any hopes for this item to do anything. And my guess is that there's going to be some sort of like mercenary gearing system with emanation, like in Diablo 3, that might be coming. And maybe this is why this item exists. But besides that, yeah, oof. There's an Ingeon. So this is basically the old Eldorin that is now repackaged into this item. It's like the same effect from what I can tell. Haven't tried it in action yet, but it looks like they just kind of copy-pasted it over. Eldorin itself is actually changed. So that now has what I believe is a 35% execute. So that is something for group play as well, for like a support player. So in general, party stonks are kind of going up a little bit thanks to this, and potentially then it's a bracer thing, but we'll see about that. This item by itself is now just really terrible, to be honest. I think no one would really want this. There is a use case for example, like the new Torment 15 bosses that I expect will be pretty long fights, even for the best builds out there. And then you're gonna just have to swing in your inventory and swap it in and just, you know, whack the boss at 35%, which is arguably a pretty shitty design. But yeah, we'll see what it actually does. I think it's a cull. I'm not 100% sure about it. Maybe it does something else and it doesn't just like instantly execute the enemy, which would probably make it even worse than it sounds. Then we have Henry's Perquisition. Well, the biggest upside is it's cute. So we have that. And there is a bit of like a use case here that when you have like, for example, a sword that actually has like a secondary stat of dexterity and some glyphs stack dexterity and so on, you can actually potentially use this and get to a point where it might be slightly better than a legendary aspect, and you get like a tiny bit of extra dodge and stuff like that. Realistically, there might be something more down the line with like stats and which rolls we can get on our gear. Maybe you're gonna get more sources of all stats, for example. There is like the transfiguration outcome of all stats, which then has a lot more value when you have this thing, because you get both your main stat and then again the dexterity, which gives you main stat and even more than 100%. So, you know, if you have like multiple items of like all stat transfigures and this kind of thing, maybe, but I don't really expect too much. It's only when you have like nothing else to put here, really, then you would maybe run this. Here's the Lorik's Crown. So this also comes back from Diablo 3. Not really super crazy, I think. However, if you want to specifically optimize around a singular resistance type, then this could be really good. So for example, if you try to optimize around one of these like big new tier 15 bosses, then maybe one of them just does extreme amounts of fire damage or something like that, and you put like, you know, flawless heraldic rubies once you actually found those, and you can be really tanky against one and the like resistance type, basically. So that is basically the most important use case of this item, outside of, yeah, like just socketing more of these splinters that may or may not actually work when the season goes live. Right now, I don't really expect that to be the case. And in that case, the Lorik's Crown can help with that. However, we already have an item for exactly that purpose, which is Tacits. But I guess Tacits is sort of like the worse version here, because it could be replaced with another relatively good defensive piece, for example. And also, it only works after you took damage already, where just having a lot of resistances protects you at all times. So that is an advantage. But there is a combo that is working between Lorik's Crown and another new unique, which is the Stone of Jordan. So here it is. So Stone of Jordan could be kind of cool. It gives you a bit of damage. As a mythic version, it gives you 35%. So it's worse than like almost any offensive aspect you can put here, but I think it's actually going to end up being a very strong defensive item. So we have like a little bit of damage and a good bunch of defense. So I think this might actually be the savior for a bunch of the like weaker, like defensively weaker builds. For example, Necromancers had it really rough lately, and they will continue to put a lot of offensive uniques into the defensive slots, for example. And in those cases, I think Stone of Jordan might actually come in and just give you like a really good balance of a bit of damage and a really good defense. So it's just like kind of like a free extra defensive aspect or more. And especially if you combine this with the Lorik's Crown, where you go all in on one single resistance type. You put like 3 rubies into your jewelry, you put 2 rubies into the Lorik's Crown, you could have like 30,000 fire res or something like that. And I think that might actually end up enough to make this worth it. So we'll see when I actually like build out an entire character, and we can like do the math and all that. Right now, I don't know exactly the resistance formula, how it scales, but I think there's potential there for that to be a really good combo basically between those two items. So even outside of like any Soul Splinter shenanigans, I think Lorik's Crown might have some use case here. Then we have the Furnace. Furnace seems like a very strong item. So this was not previewed, and it gives you 200% extra elite damage, and it's 260 as a mythic. So that is way above the typical aspects. So like a typical aspect would be 60 times 2 and like 120 bonus on your two-handed slot. Grandfather, for example, is a 120% bonus. This is a 260 bonus as a mythic. So that is insane, especially if you mostly care about elite damage, which is usually what we care about. Elite damage is expected to work on bosses as well. They're usually treated as elites. If not, then this would be considered a bug. So I think this is a very good item because it also kind of like closes the gap between regular trash monsters and bosses and elites. And basically any build that can run a furnace might want to run the furnace, basically. At very least on stuff like the barbs, where you have many weapon slots and you're a bit flexible anyway. And yeah, even on, like a warlock or something, if you don't have anything better to put here, it is a pretty strong item. And there's also the other advantage where, for example, in like a tower push, where sometimes you might have builds that in some way scale with density. Apocalypse is a good example. The more enemies there are, the faster you can stack your Apocalypse and get the big booms out. But most of the time you just decimate the trash monsters way too fast, and then you have only the elites left. But with boosting your damage only against the elites, those will die faster and the trash will die slower. So it kind of brings the time to kill closer together, and this means that you might actually overall get like a secondary benefit from that, from just like not cleaning up all the trash monsters too fast. And there's other examples like that, like Spiritborn. I guess I can't use this item, but just, to get the idea out, for example, with Widow's Web builds or the old Noxious Resonance effect, having more targets present gives you more damage. And there's certainly a bunch of other examples I'm not thinking of right now, where the furnace will do more than what it says on the item. It's basically what I'm saying here. So very good. Then we have Squirt's Blouse. So this is kind of a copy of the Squirt's Necklace from Diablo 3. So here you were able to use barriers to not take damage and then have this buff permanently up, but you also take more damage all the time. So most builds don't really have an offensive chest slot, and this might also be another reason that enables this like Leorix plus Stone of Jordan combo. If you just want to squeeze out as much damage as possible, maybe you are better off equipping that Stone of Jordan and getting that extra defense from this otherwise offensive slot here, because it might allow you to actually run the Squirt's Blouse. So this is like another thing that kind of goes into this whole setup here potentially. We'll see where the meta will shift, but I think this is actually a relatively strong item. However, taking 50% extra damage is no joke. It's not as bad as like the Blood Mad's Idol with the taking like triple the damage, but here at least the dot is like spread out over 8 seconds, and the effect is actually also better than like a 1-to-1 effect. So if you look at this here, for example, as a mythic, it's like, yeah, basically you take triple damage, you do triple damage, but you also get the Berserking, which is another 25% multi, and a bunch of movement speed on top. So overall, Blood Mad is yeah, somewhat comparable in terms of like the ratio with damage done versus damage taken, but it has this advantage that it's like spread out over 8 seconds. So you don't immediately take all the damage extra, whereas here you just take that damage at all times. You know, we take a hit, there's no dot component or something like that. So you have to be able to survive pretty big chunks, basically. However, as a mythic, it goes up to 65% extra damage. That's quite a lot. And I expect this actually to make its way into a bunch of builds. Seems very strong if you can survive it. And then we have Ariok's Needle. So this can't be equipped by a Warlock, but anything can run a polearm. And this means it's Barbs, Druids, and wait, what else do we have? Spiritborn. So they can run this item. And Deadly Strike is actually a Diablo 2 mechanic, where it was basically like crit chance, but not really crit chance. So I believe, I haven't tested this in detail yet, but this is probably going to be some sort of like non-crit build solution to give you something like crit chance, but there's no other source of this. There's no other Deadly Strike chance, there's no other Deadly Strike damage, so it's exclusively from this one item. So I think that it might be just exclusive with crit chance, or crit striking, basically, because at least this is how it worked in Diablo 2. You could either crit or Deadly Strike, but you couldn't do both at the same time. So this is why I think this is now like a special case where, okay, you play a non-crit build, but then you equip this thing and you have something like a crit, basically. And it might even work with dots, in particular because this item comes with a dot rolled on it, as you can see. The lucky hit chance here, it has basically an elemental surge temper, but it says over 10 seconds. So that gives us already a hint that even dots might be able to deadly strike and effectively crit with this. So we'll see what happens exactly when we equip this. It also will come down to, do these deadly strikes actually have some sort of innate benefit? Right now there's no like tooltip that actually explains what deadly strike exactly is. So we have to go in the target dummy and try all of that out. But it does have pretty great potential, and we'll see. But yeah, besides that, I do have a few other findings. I was going to talk about those real quick here. So I tried a bit of like crafting items and seeing what happens, basically, because that is shifting a little bit. The most important change is that we have this upgrade to Mythic recipe here. So compared to Season 14, you will now be able to take a regular unique and take it with all of its stats and its GAs and tempers and all that, and just upgrade into Mythic. Everything is getting maxed and you get the higher effect. So that is now just a real upgrade, the way that God intended. So it's going to be kind of cool to try to chase a really cool unique and then put it there. It's going to be good, I think, but we can only have one of them. Right now on the PTR, that is not the case. So you can just have any number of these. I tried, like, you know, equipping multi of them. They have the craft attack here and here. I expect that it's just broken on the PTR, and I wouldn't really count on that for the live server, because they specifically mentioned that they are thinking about this one crafted limit again. And if that crafted limit is not in place, it will be extremely easy to get ridiculous items in every slot. So I expect it's going to be one only. I did try Mythic Charms as well, so I guess to show this off real quick what this looks like. There are like separate versions of Mythic Charms now, basically. So the iconic Mythics can be a charm, as you can see here. Here's a Shroud of False Death, for example. I had a Doombringer earlier. It seems like all of them might be there. I'm not sure if that is intended or not exactly, but at least they're here. And those are like, they're just looking different, as you can see, right? So here's like a regular unique as a Mythic. It has this beige color on the text and on the item. And here we have this like Mythic color, basically. So not sure what's up with that exactly. It might be that they are like not intended, and I wouldn't really trust this right now. But regular uniques can now also appear as a Mythic Charm with that extra 30% power on the affix. So you see this here, this is like a 0.65, which is normally a 0.5. And yeah, I think every single unique charm can also be a Mythic Charm. However, you cannot craft a Mythic Charm, so they're going to be exclusively endgame chase items that you have to find. Even if you take a Mythic item here, like Anathema of the Primes, for example, I did this earlier. Like as a Mythic, you can make this into a charm, but it will become a regular ancestral unique. It will not become a Mythic Charm. So you have to go and hunt this yourself, basically. But yeah, this is kind of what's important to know about that. And yeah, this is all this here. There's another interesting change about stats though, which we can see here actually on this one. You see it has 3000 cold resistance on this charm. So they giga beefed up the single resistances to the point where they will be really valuable. This is another reason why I think Stone of Jordan is actually going to be a really good item. This is a lot of resistances, as you can see here. So previously this was like 600 or something like that. It was terrible. Like individual resistances were just useless on your gear. This was something you always wanted to roll off every time. But now it's the opposite. So you see here, everything rolls to 3000, including on regular items, not just the charms. And the resistance rolls on charms are also in the second slot. So there is like the skill ranks and resources, movement, and so on. So like this here. And what is here, the gold drop rate can be 3000 resistances. That's a lot of resistance. So that is like roughly equivalent to like a grand or even like a heraldic gem or something like that. I think it's a lot of res. And typically having like a grand gem here, that is like somewhere in a range of like 15% DR or so for that resistance type. So that is what you can expect from one of those rolls now on your charms, for example. So here it's just free real estate, but even on a regular gear, it is pretty valuable now to roll single resistances. Even if you don't go for the Stone of Jordan combo, I think it's going to be pretty good. And normally, for example, on my hardcore builds, I already run like 1 ruby, 1 topaz, and then either a diamond or a skull. So I already spread out my resistances a little bit because the individual res values are boosted compared to the all res value. So if you look at this here, for example, it's 3000 single res versus 400 all res. But there's only 6 resistance types. So if you take all res times 6, it's 2.4k. So the single res is generally like overvalued a little bit. The same is true for gems. And in the case of gems, it's actually slightly less pronounced. It's more pronounced here on the rolls on the gear. So the TLDR is single res rolls now can be really useful, especially if you want to optimize around specific affixes that kill you on elites, or maybe around certain bosses, or if you want to like swap out a few items. Or at the very minimum, that's going to be extremely good for the Stone of Jordan combo. So I'm kind of excited to see where this will go. But an important note here, that was not in the patch notes at all. Yeah, then another thing about items and the jeweler crafting and the blacksmith crafting. I tried this a little bit, so this was just a bit of an interlude here with the res, but this does not seem to work correctly right now. So the blacksmith seems to just give you everything, which is what the patch notes said, from what I understand. So any item that can be a mythic, any unique basically, iconic or not, seems to be craftable here. Or not, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe I'm deceived. And then on the jeweler crafter, we also have everything. So it said on the patch notes that you can now craft only class-specific items here. But I did try this, and it was not really working. So it just gave me any of the uniques as well. Actually, I think it's because I'm normal difficulty. I can't make mythics. It doesn't show. But yeah, either way, I tried it. And it just gives you anything, basically. I'm not sure. That might be addressed when the season goes live, because right now the jeweler is just kind of worthless. Yeah, you can choose the category, okay, gloves or boots or one hand or something like that. So it kind of narrows down the pool a bit, but you need these runes. And runes are really tough to farm. So realistically, I don't expect a lot of people to really have a lot of opportunities to try to craft the right category of items to then get the thing. So this is just something you're going to do a handful of times, maybe, in an entire season. Where on the blacksmith, at least with like season 14 mythic drop rates, we're going to get sparks all the time. We're going to go to the blacksmith and we're going to just send it until you get something, basically. So this is sort of how I expect us to go here. But yeah, this is basically it for what I have so far. I will keep you guys updated about whatever else we find out, especially a lot of build testing. So warlocks in particular are looking extremely good with a lot of their changes. So I think that's going to be like the warlock season, basically. Finally, I guess, after season 13 and 14 weren't really quite it for the warlocks. And there's also other stuff on our classes that I want to do. I do have my Discord channel with a bunch of build planners already, like work in progress here. So if you want to check that out, you can always come here and see what I've been working on. I've posted a bunch already for Sork and Warlock, for example, and there will be more. I'm also going to be trying a bunch of stuff on the Barb, which looks kind of promising. And yeah, we'll see about some other stuff on other classes. So for now, this is my first impressions here and my first findings. So I'm gonna keep you guys posted. Hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Cue outro. Okay. Confirmed daily strikes is ×2, just tested it. Okay, so daily strike is ×2, and then the whatever number you have on the thing. Is that what you're saying? You said it like 300 times. Yeah, okay. 4.6 on Whipping Needle when it procs. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Again. Check Discord. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Where? Squirt's Blast can roll a % increased drop rate. Yeah. 100% gold drop rate. Ow. Needle info, okay. Okay, Danger says my dot is doing ×4.6 more damage and I hit at 65%. It's ×2 from Deadly Strike and ×2.3. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dot build's gonna be crazy. Rabies time, guys. Are we logging in? Don't leak. Okay, let me just upload this real quick, and then we're gonna start making a build here. Let's see what happens. Apparently we can enchant Gemstone from gear now. Yeah, that's not real. You can't actually do it. We're not gonna use the booster this time, we need something constructive to do. Good luck. Is there no rock? Yeah, there's no rock. They removed it. Wasn't sure how rock would work in D4 anyway. I mean, they could have made it so that you can stack it with Diamond Mine, right? So you get -1 and -1 again, so you have 3 items equipped for a 5-stat bonus. And then you basically get 2 5-stat bonuses. 3. But maybe decided that's a bad idea, and I do agree with that actually. So the hit that applies the dot can deadly strike, and then those 6 can deadly strike. Oh boy. Stein des Jordans wird gebrochen sein. Ja, ja. Exactly. What the resistance on my current season tune? We can check. Should be like 85-ish or something, usually. So yeah, the main problem we're gonna have with Stone and Jordan is I think we're gonna reach the resistance cap. Let's check this guy real quick. Raw was meant for BlizzCon, but they announced gear sets. Yeah. What's the definition of Deadly Strike? Yeah, it doesn't show the tooltip. Okay, so this guy has 81% res against the big ones where you have the gems. Okay, 84. Yeah, I think it might actually have that issue that if it actually kept at 90%, it's kind of strange because armor is uncapped. Like, what? Paladin skins go crazy. Yeah, imagine if Paladins did half as much damage compared to the Lux, you know? That would be cool. Anyway, let's send it. Hello, Abraham. Oh, we had a subreddit from Cupwave. Thanks so much, by the way. If you don't can Deadly Strike, does that mean you would snapshot? Or would it roll with each tick? A good question. You have 21,000 fire res and 85% fire res. I think I just had like 84 point something at 15k. Yeah, I guess we can see what happens. Okay, where's my planner? This is Apocalypse. Let's make Doom first, actually. I'm kind of curious about Doom. Doomj. Okay, what do you want? Carl. I guess we could try the Stone of Jordan combo and just kind of see what happens. With Q, we can do squirts, maybe. Shard. We could do Furnace as well. You see the overwhelming. Kind of apotheosis. Okay. Charm candidates, Furnace. Actually, I would probably equip the Furnace. And then... Okay. Hammered Stone. Yeah. Okay, I need to put this together a little bit, guys. So let's do this. You have Fawn's gamer, so maybe have some fun with it. I mean, You now have the Deadly Strike for your Thorns, which is definitely helpful, but you're still playing Thorns, so what are you trying to do? .6 on a dot and 4.6 on a tick. Poison overlords. Yeah, okay, that doesn't definitely seems not intended. I wouldn't trust that. What? Oh. You see, get Thorns tag a space of critting. You can't crit with that needle. What? You found Thorns that crits, it's no big deal. Interesting. Okay, I have the new glyph. What is that called again? Superiority. .49 points. Oops. I think I have to do something here. 200 paragons on a PTR is kind of rough, man. Why did it give us only 200? It's scuffed. Okay, I need 3 points. And I guess we're not gonna go for this stuff here. Okay. Okay, Apotheosis, Verathiel. Let's do Furnace as well, because I might want to wear this. Let's do a Squirt, because I might want to wear that. Well, I can't do the Auric actually, but I can do Stone of Jordan, because you might want to wear that. Confirm. Oh, we should also check about the rarity match. Mythic Unique. Let's see. Okay, that seems to work. Oh, they removed this mythic thing. Okay, so they fixed this thing, actually. Only 200 Paragon is pretty buggy. No, they just give you 200. Like, you can't actually have more Paragons on that boost. This is kind of nice. This is nice. Okay. Oof, dude. Wait, what? Can I roll this? I cannot. Okay. Oh, well. Dude, there's 100% gold drop rate, man. What is going on? Okay. I'd still like a unselect everything, man. Can I get that? Charm. Okay, so I guess banished. Or not banished. Actually banished maybe. You have a lot of critical strikes, deal 7% increased damage per stack of all power. Yeah, this might actually be worth it. We might do banished. Maybe Lucian. Probably not the Dirge. Probably not. Actually, Fist of Fate if it's mythic, maybe. Actually, Fist of Fate Mythic Charm is now insane. Oh no. Night Terror. Frostbitten. Scourge's Blouse, huh? Nah, we wouldn't do that, I think. It's not much Jordan. Grandfather Charm, I want to see that. Hammered Stone. And then there's Wendigo. Not sure what it fixed yet. Any season journey for this time? Let me see season journey. Doesn't open. I remember like last time there was like a exploit on season 12 PTR with controller. I can try that again. Wait, let me try to find my controller. Actually open it. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it shows you can roll gem strength, but you can't actually roll it. Okay. How do I do this? What if I do open a menu? What the fuck? Okay, there's no season stuff, yeah. So maybe fix it from last time, but I think I might have to open it. I have no idea how to open the season journey or like the just this here. Yeah, it's not there. Look, there's no season stuff. So last time on the season 12 PTR I did this, and there was actually when you use controller, it was here. So you saw the season journey, and this is how we found out all of the stuff about the butcher and so on. But this time it's not here, so it's not working. Yeah, okay. The really important fixes. Yeah. Unique charms, seals, set charms. Oh boy. Hmm. Grandfather. With no penalty. Seems fun, fair, and balanced. Banished Lords as a charm is pretty good actually. That's also pretty good. Dude, with all these like crazy charms, can't I just go with like 6 unique charms? How about that? I don't know what the fuck is going on. God. What have I done? Press L to... The manipulator is just completely bugged, I think.
This should be interesting. May you find your way back.
What is going on?
Mainlander, what do you see? What brings you to the Empire? It has been a pleasure. What brings you to the ancient isles?
Kinda sus. I don't trust this. Maybe I got the chests before I went into Torment. Oh, everything's in here. Okay. Okay, I see. Okay, we need more and barrow. And you also want like the defense, like the extra resistances and stuff, but I guess not. There's so much rest now. It's crazy. Wait a second. 50% gold drop rate? On one charm? But here's only 5 to 9. What? Is that different? Gold drop rate? Gold drop... It's the same stat. 75%. What the fuck, man? Did you nerf the lucky hit proxy? 1000 damage? Those are always that bad? Okay. I put that like up to 4k, but then it was like on Ancestral with GA. Warlock looks strong? Yeah, Warlock's gonna be OP. Oof. I wanna check if there's like a combo of gold drop and this. Should also check his heals if their stats change a little bit, I guess. Wait, does Gold Drop share the slot? Oh wait, Gold Drop shares the slot, right? With the rest. Oops. Yeah, okay, so the same slot. I can't have both. So it's just chasing something that doesn't exist actually. Okay, do we have everything we need? We have this. Okay, 100% seals actually.
Mainlander, what do you see?
And they seem kind of the same. Oh. Mm-hmm. Okay, good enough.
Mainlander, what do you see?
Alright. I can drop these. How do we do this actually? I wonder if this is faster to do this. Let's relog actually. There's too much shit here. Can you sell SJ to NPC to get a boss spawn like D2? Well, first of all, they need a boss in the game. And then I can think about selling SJ to the vendor. Will transfigure gemstone with gigabuff for the Pokemon sound? I mean the Oryx? Maybe? Wait, why are these items still here? What? I just relogged. What the fuck? Dude, there's one item. Dude, look at this. That is crazy. Holy. And they're legendary, that's the problem as well. They need to give us actually not legendaries. Let's see how the Profane Sentinel build will go. Okay, Apotheosis. That was kind of crappy. But better. Any rings? Get 0 rings of crit multi? They buffed it actually. This used to be a different number. Exclamation mark, season 15 feedback. Uh-huh. Expansion 6 is pretty good, guys, trust. Oh no. They still haven't put any Coolian prisons in this bag. Oof. It's not too bad to farm it. Actually, it's gonna make this a 0 GA item. I'm gonna put all skills on it. Damn it. Maybe you're gonna craft this one first then. Doesn't seem to matter what I do. A new character, ported character, rebirth character. None of them grant me access to damage with the boosts. Interesting. Oof. I don't know. Maybe you can check like PTR forums or something. Can do this actually. Yeah, good enough.
Nice. Next one will be even better.
Surely. F. Going to be fun to try to roll the crit. Yeah, I can't remove the willpower unfortunately because it's gonna kill the all skills. If there is just focus reroll, crit chance, and vuln. Yeah, I'm trying to set up a Doom Warlock. I think Doom could be very fun. I played it a bit in Season 13, but I wasn't strong enough, but I think now it's gonna be strong enough. So it's gonna be cool. If you like ED Contagion and PoE, then you're gonna love this. But I'm just trying to make like a general good neck right now that I can use on a bunch of builds. Like crit vuln, and then, you know, we're gonna farm a bunch of Coolians. Because I don't want to craft that many items, it's kind of annoying. But I have to make a few, I guess. For pushing, nothing matters besides Epoch. Yeah, there's a bunch of builds that are pretty good. But I guess Epoch might get the biggest buff. Although they're fixing the nameless set. There was like some bug of it. Damn, that's pretty good actually. Kind of tempted to just keep this. Okay, let's just take this one. Doesn't have Vuln, but maybe it's fine. Okay, he went crit, Vuln, life. Okay. Just with Golden Epiphany. Grandfather, Blood Mad, Hammets. Yep. Oh. Oh. It's back.
Ancients watch over this one.
I mean, I wonder if the Grandfather charm is intended. But even if it's not, you know, you can just put like a Fist of Fate charm or something. It's not gonna make a big difference. Does it need Nameless 5 to make Epoch a sigil thing? Epoch is a sigil from the gloves. And then can get the buff on the chest. But the more important thing is that you need the other sigils to get the glove buff. And you won't have really enough uptime of that when you just cast sigils yourself. So you kind of need the 5-piece bonus for Apocalypse. Maybe in pushing you can get away without it, but for regular gameplay you need the 5-piece. Yeah, for pushing maybe. This mana shift once a year needs to stop. What do you mean, Crucible? Word is that the next season of LA is going to be a banger. Release date around 2030. Sick, actually. Hello, HMS. Which the NPC where can insta bonus an item for PTR. Yeah. No chance, I think. Okay, I'll do this one. It matters that stays the same for too long across all classes, changes like once every 3-4 seasons. That's not really true. What do you mean? Let's keep the dot here. I guess it's gonna be a dot ring. I mean, the Lot of Haters skill tree work. effectively did give us a lot of new skills, right? Like every class basically like 10 to 20 new skills that didn't really exist in any way like that before. If you count the variants as new skills, which effectively they are, right? Because they behave differently and do different stuff. The bigger problem is that, you know, half of it is buggy, and the other half is just shit. So that is a real issue, I think. Like, we don't have enough builds because, you know, bad tuning and too many bugs. But there would be a lot of options if everything was where it should be. Is the third season the same meta for most classes? I'm not sure what will happen to Firewall, but I mean, Firewall is completely new Season 14 meta for Sorks, for example. Then Rogues also got Roa, for example. Yeah, Barb was relevant in both seasons, I suppose. But they had Charge that kind of popped up. A bunch of other things like the Whirlwind, Mighty Throw stuff, for example. Druids had a completely different meta. Yeah, Spiritborn did change. Necros didn't really change. Although, I mean, Necros did change a bit towards Bloodwave, I guess. Because before that they had the Bone Spirits on. Okay, we got a decent ring here for later. Do we need another one? Paladin. Yeah, Paladin didn't really shift much. But, I mean, they went from like the Zealot stuff to the Juggernaut stuff. But I guess in general they didn't really evolve too much. So I think in general there were like plenty of builds to play across the classes. And including some that we didn't really play before. Okay, not Sour Splinters. Ah, classic. It's Golem meta for Necro. Golem. Firewall wasn't you, just behind the overtuned Bounder stuff. Yeah, but you were specifically complaining about the meta. And the meta was Boundless stuff for Sorks, and that completely shifted to something else. And then in the end the meta dictates what most people are playing. So most people went from lightning stuff to fire stuff on a Sork. Okay, got another dodge ring, I guess, in the making. You try rebuff a hardcore SF character. The Paragon never carried over any rebuff to softcore SF. No, I didn't try rebuff at all yet. Someone was mentioning earlier that they bugged out and they can't do anything. Because they can't skip the campaign or something. And let's see, skip campaign, okay. Yeah, either way I'm not gonna do it. The 7 or 8 classes are the same. Let's say one class has changed, so it's fine. Yeah, but I was just giving you like a handful of examples of classes that have different meta this season. And I didn't even go through all the classes. Like, Warlock has also shifted quite a bit from Season 13 to 14. It was still, like, Apocalypse push, but there was also the Lunatic push, which wasn't really at the top in Season 13. And then there was also a bunch of other stuff coming up, like Blazing Scream was really good in Season 14. So that was kind of fresh. Minion stuff was really good in Season 14. That was also new. Yeah, so the only classes that didn't really change at all was like Spiritborn, because they have like one build. Yeah, for Paladins not too much shifted, but they did have like an evolution just in like what people played, I guess. Barbs with the Whirlwind, like everyone's just whirling again, I guess. But you have other options if you want. Okay, got a second dot ring. Need to make a crit ring though, holy. Wait for the new Season 15 tier list to see the new meta. I mean, it's kind of hard to predict right now. And also, you know, I expect a lot of people will do, you know, like Ariok's Needle shenanigans and so on. So that will give us like not really a clear picture in the early days of the PTR. And then who knows what else we're gonna discover with like broken shit. Hmm. My god. I'm gonna write feedback now. Where's my Devour Alt Swarm? What? Why is meta such a big deal? When you can play the whole game with builds on every class, it's like it's a PvP game. Well, it's a big deal because there's like a certain, you know, sort of like intended, you know, playthrough progression, right? Like you need to have some sort of balance, not for like the PvP purpose itself, but just for this game to be a game, right? Like, you know, if like a class is 100 times stronger than another class, then you don't have a game anymore, right? You just have like a slot machine loot simulator. This thing already has no life. Where's the Devourer Ultimate Swarm in the stream on Players before they got Devourer nerfed? Yeah, guys, it's all my fault for sure. Each class should have a team dedicated to making sure the class skills are balanced within the class, and another team that coordinates with all classes to make sure the game is truly balanced. Yeah. I mean, a team for each class sounds pretty optimistic, but I feel like I'm not sure how they make balanced decisions, but I feel like they don't really have like a very good overview of where the different classes land and what individual builds are affected by and why they're good and why they're bad. Like very often they would buff an underperforming build, but they would not really buff it either enough or in any way that really helps it or something like that. Or, you know, the reason why an underperforming build is underperforming is, you know, not a numerical issue, it's maybe a mechanical issue. And they kind of just tend to ignore that completely. Instead of like redoing, you know, maybe a mechanic or something, they're just like, okay, here, desecrated ground, plus 20% damage. Oh, and blight too. Enjoy, guys. Good luck, Necros. And the thing is that no one wanted to play those builds in the first place. You know, and all the good builds on the Necro are already shit. You know, like we already considered the good builds shit. And then they buff like the shittiest of the shit builds on the Necro. And hey, that's a season 15, guys. Like, what? Ugh. And the thing is that, you know, sometimes a build becomes strong, but no one wants to play it anyway. Like, who here played a Thork in Season 14 and actually enjoyed it? And they didn't just play it because it was their main. There goes the crit. F. Oh. I just realized I wrote crit chance on my amulet and I probably shouldn't have, actually. But yeah. Yeah. Oh. Why is core set offensive affix or offensive prism? I mean, it makes sense because that's the main purpose of offensive, of primary stat. It's just like, you know, resistance is also defense and resistance. It just gives you like a separate way to target it to add that, but the thing is that no one ever wants to add. Like compared to resistances, no one ever wants to add main stat on their gear, right? You want to add the resistances, but you don't want to add the main stat. So that is the problem, I guess. You actually did get the crit chance. But no Vuln, man. There we go. Oof. Okay. No life anywhere though, holy. But maybe we're fine. Okay, let's try to fix this stuff, yeah. I guess we can just roll. Actually, we can just roll individual res even. We'll see. Let's just take that, I guess. And... yeah, I mean, it's actually better than Auras now. It's kind of funny, yeah? It's actually better to roll this. Yes, Shadow. I guess you roll armor. Poison res. Cooldown. I mean... what does this build run? Visual of Chaos. Dark Prison. I guess I kind of want this. What is this? Okay, I need some vuln damage, yeah. Okay, we need to focus. Crit life, crit will. Sork is so dead. Mikuna is depressed at the state of Sork. Ah, it's gonna be okay. And if they buff the class a little bit, then it's gonna be fine, I think. I mean, first of all, everyone is getting a lot stronger in this season. So, don't forget that. You know, all the Sork builds are going up by like ×2, ×3 or something like that. Just by default. I made a bunch of builds actually for Sork that I think will have a bit of potential. Yeah, I posted them on the Discord. So this is gonna be definitely fine. Okay, this is experimental, we'll see. Same for this. This is gonna be fine. This is gonna be fine. So... yeah, I'm not sure about the conjuration stuff. We'll see. I want crit damage actually to go to this mate. It's Firewall again. Yeah, for pushing maybe. But, you know, most people don't push, so... does Warlock have any interesting dot builds? Like the main dot stuff on this class is Eviscerate stuff. And there's like a Hellion Sting version that is now looking kind of promising. There's a Rampage version, which is the one that we have as a Maxwell guide. There's also a Dragclaws version now, which is getting a massive upgrade. Then there's also technically like Brimstone, like dot builds of fire, but I tried that in Season 13 and it was completely abysmal. So I don't think anything changed about that. Those build guides for Season 15 Sork only have 1 to 2 non-unique items, that's gonna be rough. Yeah, welcome to Season 15, guys. The backpack out-on build feels terrible. Yeah, the big problem is that it doesn't really cover the screen too well, even though it swings very wide. Maybe they could like make it have a larger swing or something, or like a 360 even. Then I think it would feel better. It's kind of tough to actually hit the stuff with it. Will it be a viable Hellion Sting build? Yes. It's missing test dummy at point blank range. That's funny, okay. Maybe I have to like just fix the hitbox a little bit.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Let's try and get some cooldown on this instead, I guess. Okay, 7.5 is fine. We did it, man. Wow. I see how it goes to the resources, actually, but I guess we should be fine. Deals 206% of Doom damage every second until they die. And Doom deals 227% increased damage. Okay. That's my crit chance. 30. Oh shit, do we have scrolls? Yeah, 116,000. Okay, I think that will do. But who knows with those PTRs. Not sure if I'm on the streamer client right now. Let's put a bit of cooldown for some feels good man feeling. We do have Nether Step in this build, right? Yeah, and the Sigil and the Dark Prison. We probably need to put movement speed on this one though. Oops. My god. Ugh, I need to be real quick. I'm gonna get some water. Okay, guys, you're back. Okay, we have a few more items to temper. Good thing is after the initial round of gearing, it's gonna be much faster for the other builds. But always starting completely from scratch is oof. Challenge dancer in PTR? Yes. I'm gonna try to find one soon. The time it takes for advertise to change is as long as 5 minutes of my life. They want you to take a break, man. They're looking out for you. How do I get to scores in PDR? I mean, I can just teleport there. What do you mean? Don't get the hopes up too high. Yeah, Warlock is gonna be very good. I mean, it's already pretty good in season 14. It's just, you know, like the stuff like you can cast while moving. And then like the season theme already makes stuff so strong on this class now. And there were so many bug fixes and improvements to some builds and so on. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Seasonal Frozen Obsorg. I made a fire dot Frozen Ob build. You can check that out. I have it in the Discord. That is gonna be the best version of Frozen Up, I think. Although, I guess the hit versions catch up a little bit with the overpower change. But also not because of the season theme really benefiting dot builds. Like everything dot is just better than before, basically, compared to the other builds. What's my crit chance? I wanna go crit here, I guess. Okay, I'm missing like 5 crit chance. But it's what it is, I guess.
Welcome to the Isles. What do your eyes of Lycander herself?
Oh, can we salvage these actually? Not here, apparently. But Blacksmith has a strong hammer. Oh, even Blacksmith. Oh shit. They can't. How do you even get? How do you actually get these? Like, where do you get them? Seasonal item, but there's like no seasonal quest line or something, right? There's a red board. It says Glints of Hope. It's a bit sus. Wait a second, can we get pandemonium fragments here? Emrak are under seasonal. Yeah, I mean, I know that they get it from Emrak, but I mean, how do we get them? What do we do? And where's the rest of these? Okay, cannot hide them actually. What the fuck? No, that's just trash. I mean, I don't expect you're gonna find them often enough that loot filter matters. But for PTR, it kinda sucks that we can't filter them. It's just like not affected by filter at all. Shit. Chaos isn't in the loot filter. Wow. Okay, this stuff is unchanged. Lower's crown only buffs the resistance part of the new splinters. The splinters themselves are not even active in the crown. You notice they move the range of affixes on certain items? Yeah, on mythics there's no ranges. Okay, I think we can finally play the video game, guys. COQ, Neo Lock, let's try that. What? What the fuck? Okay. Dark Prison, Rampage. I think we have to either go with Meta Step or Rampage now, think about it. I think the Rampage stump is not it. But we actually need it to... Ah, fuck. I bought this cooldown here, but we don't really need it for anything besides the Nether Step now. But I guess that's fine. Yeah, we need a sigil. We want this. I mean, I could just not run Nether Step. But I think we want that. So we can't do crushing, actually. Might be Stone of Jordan angle. This is fine.
Auspicious omen. Ancients, watch.
Honor to help. We need others to stand with us.
Okay, let's see what happens. Doom, guys. We have our buffs now, 2.8, 94, okay. Ah shit, wait. Why? Okay. Let's see how this will go. Did I miss anything? Okay, resources are kinda rough. Actually, it's fine, I guess. Wait, how's my resource going up so fast? What is going on? Oh, it's on a misanthropic, huh? Maybe 1% base life reduced direct damage damage 0.1 dominance. Wait, what? Seems a bit sus. My resources go up like crazy. Also, what is this big kaboom? Okay, damage seems a bit lower than I thought it would be. I mean, I am two-shotting these guys. Oh, I've had to run. Oops. And we don't have any wall plants actually, right? Is there like a way to get wall plant progress and stuff? No, right? Ah, no, wait, it's maxed out. Okay, perfect. So, let's do this. Let's do this. Should try to meet brothers while we're on the PTR. Just to see if they're still like crazy. I should also try Vashan while we're at it. Should try the Doomsayers. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 card skills. It's actually not great, this aspect. Okay, let's try again. Start of T11 for this, just like rush through. I need some Codium Prisms. We're actually gonna get a pretty significant upgrade once we have it. We have Banished Lords, we need the additive. The bubble popped up this time. Holy. Oh, wait a second. This nether step looks different. Am I tripping? I think the next step is faster. There's the extends demon form when it hits enemies. Can't rely on it, I think. The demon form stuff. So maybe gonna change the glove. It's kinda strong though. Assuming it actually works. I do get the life at least. What's the cost? 5 dominance cost. Yeah, Hands of Apotheosis are pretty good now. Kinda wanna off that. I think Vendigo brand is killing me. Yeah, they didn't fix the Vendigo brand. Man, so few coolians. 20 with 4 chests. Why is it like 50 shrines near pit? Yeah, because Nemesis braces, man. They need to make them good somehow. Actually, there's this duration of volatility and demon form. I should have kept that actually. The looting aspect is only 10% DR. Wasn't that supposed to be 15 on a normal slot? I want to see this 105% slow. Diablo is bugged, sometimes it pops up, other times it doesn't. I know it doesn't pop up instantly when you have a whisper, and you have to do the whisper guy. Yeah, he's an elite, these guys are. Oh, he's actually... He is moving, but very slightly. have a feeling this item doesn't work. What? Oh, no. What? Okay, we have to farm a little bit of Undercity, I think, to get a few Coolians. And just do some runs. Why is this like highlighted like this? Also, something is going on with my resources. This is very weird. You see how it's like, I attack once and it drains me like all my resources. What? I think the shot of Erathia is messing up the build or something. I think there's something really weird going on. I'm gonna try to remove it. Also, I have 30 million toughness. Oops. Oops. Also, how do I have 154 Wrath? And Warlock alone gives me 120 maximum. I have minus 30 here. This season, everybody can be static build, so I got 2 soul shards. Wait, what? What does that have to do with static? I mean immortal, okay. I'll try a furnace. RF and D4. That's not an RF build. But there's Terror Song, which is very close. Okay, duration of any volatility or demon form you gain is increased. Fire resistance increased by 50%. How do I gain volatility? Wait. Wait a second. Then I giga buffed the thing. This used to... Wait, this used to not work for the shard. I'm pretty sure. It says only ritualist fragments have increased potency. So they buffed the shard as well. This dude is actually completely cracked, man. What? Are you serious? Okay, let's put title here. Fuck it. And... okay, we're touching now. Let's see how this goes. After touching, you are stunned for 4 seconds. Or am I? What if I'm just unstoppable? Just use all wearing two-handed. Yeah, actually I want to do furnace. Any furnace in chat? How about that? We're punching.
The ancients watch over this one.
Missing a bit of crit chance now. But I guess I can do Gar.
Welcome to the Isles. Ah, beautiful, no?
If we have this aspect, then I think we have like long enough uptime that we don't actually need the Blazing Scream at all. And then we can put back... what was that? Dude, casting the sigil while running is kinda nice. Yeah, I don't understand why some of these guys just like... They're not dying. Like the elites just got one shot. Other guys are not dying. It's kinda odd. I have the Dark Prison here. Can I change this? I cannot. Is Oryx Crown bugged? No, it just shows that the splinters work, but they don't. They don't actually work. They just give you the rest, basically. Oh. You got baited by the portal. Okay, for some reason these guys do not die. The progenitors. What should we expect from next season? Lots of power creep. Big warlock builds. This. Okay, let's see how this goes. Let's just stack a bunch more of these Colian prisms. This is Doom Warlock. Right, is a new mythic helm? Nope. But Loris Crown is a new unique. That can be a mythic as well. That's what I mean. I think I see it's better with a furnace, to be honest. I'm doing alright today, yeah? Hope you too. I'm playing Diablo 4, Lord of Hatred. Pretty good game. The same game I was playing when you started following me. Oh, I don't know how to say that name incorrectly. Mabes. Are you a bot? Just asking. Okay, let's try T12 with this setup. Maybe it's fine, it's like the same. And it says Paragon 200, no transfigures, but I guess I have good glyphs and stuff. Yeah, his Doom is kind of killing stuff too slowly. Doesn't seem like it's going to be good enough, actually. I was expecting a bit more. I'm surprised it's so weak. Because the Warlock is way stronger now compared to Season 13. And this bit in particular has a bunch of really good stuff. And I'm surprised that I'm killing stuff so slowly. But yeah, sometimes I two-shot these guys. So you see these elites? Like, boom, boom, they're dead. Like, what? What is going on? But I can't kill the trash, like, at all. Is there nothing wrong with the furnace? Like, I actually two-shot these elites. Or one-shot. I can't kill the small dudes. Look at this. Yeah, boom, boom. The guy is dead. So that's kind of what I expected. But why can't I not kill the small dudes? Hmm. I wonder what happens when I go for the fire version. I can't kill his prankster, for example. I guess he doesn't count as an elite. Look. What is going on? Ugh. What? What is happening here? This is so weird. What the fuck? I'm gonna kill a Vashar now. With and without the furnace. I think there's something going on here. Is the furnace gonna be essential for push builds? Ah, for some, I guess that's gonna be pretty good. Like here they're all dying. Like, what? Look, they're just melting. What the fuck is happening? Something is really off here. But I don't know what. Is this build good? It's supposed to one-tap the entire screen, basically. Every time. I wonder if it's like Abyssal Fragments maybe messing with it. Because it removes the Hex, and that removes the Doom. And I think that might mess with it. So let's do this, I guess. Fortifies me. Cost well to pay 100% of life costs instead of you. How about this thing, actually? That seems useless. Occult viscous. What if I just swap this and not anything else? Doesn't it say that Warlock takes 100% of the life costs? What's happening? Actually not terrible considering this aspect doesn't apply. The 2 gems don't apply. So this is not active when I do the fire version. This glyph is not really working. This is not really working. So that's like maybe 25% damage. That is like... How much hex damage bonus do we have? 240. It's like maybe also 25%. Or 20. 60% aspect. And 64% here. So I'm missing like a ×4 roughly on the fire version. When hex expires, so as remove doom deals increase damage spread among ornaments in the area as a sigil skill. So maybe we don't do this whole contagion shenanigans and we do this instead. I'm not sure how good this area is. But I still want to figure out what the fuck is going on with this furnace thing. Seems very sus. Like, that's very odd. I think you just make a 2-handed weapon and send it. I mean, don't do Shard of the Rathael. 2-handed overwhelming. Put something else on the neck.
Next one will be even better.
Warlock get buffed on PDR. Yeah, Warlock is extremely strong in next season. Another thing I'm thinking about for Epoch, you can spam Warlock now. Yeah, I think this misanthropic aspect is buggy though. Demo. I think it gives you way too much dominance. I mean, I should get 1 dominance per 10 base life I lose. Oh, actually, wait a second. It says every 1% base life. So maybe it's not buggy, it's just that the base life is so low. Oh, I just realized. What? Yeah, this, I don't know, this does not seem intended, man. This seems crazy. Like, it just insta-fills out my dominance. Like, what's going on? You can upgrade charms to Mythic. Yeah, you have to find the Mythic charms. In the PTR, you can get it from the bag. Yeah, this is intended halted. The Mythic charms are only drops. Should we hop into season 14 or just wait till 15? I mean, it's still 6 weeks until next season. So that's up to you. But in 6 weeks you can definitely, you know, get the character going. And still, like, take it easy. And then jump into next season refreshed. Oof. I rolled over 23. Okay, let's just take that, I guess. Are new uniques useful? They're generally pretty good, yeah. And Geom was pretty good. This is relatively niche, but it will probably see some use. This is probably pretty good if you combine it with Stoner Shodan. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. This is shit. So, yeah. Overall, pretty good innings. Why does that have to kill so much lower than knife on head? Yeah, just kill like 30 enemies per swing. Which Warlock's the best Warlock right now? Apocalypse. Okay, I have the Abyssal thing. We have Destruction. This is Willpower. They're both Willpower. This is Int. This is also Int. Let's see what happens. How's it cooking? Good or burnt? Yeah, I'm trying to make Doom Warlock work. And I have to like change the setup a bit from what I wanted to do. But okay. Also, we made this sword here and then I actually didn't use it. Oops. But that's fine for this test. Ow. How did I end up with 20 million earlier? Oh, it's much less. Area. Okay. But still. Much less than before. 15. Okay. Yeah, frankly, maybe this Doom stuff is a bit of a hopeless cause. Especially when you have like, Torment 15 bosses and stuff. I guess my toughness actually goes up and down, right, from the ritual. I just realized. Okay. Does damage against elites work against bosses? Yes. The PDR builds on the Discord. Yeah.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Oops. Furnace will be like an upgraded Rust Bit and Dirk as a charm. We'll actually have the same number, no? 120, 120. I know, it's actually... Wait. So Furnace is 100 baseline as a charm. So Rustbit is 120, so Rustbit is still a bit better. Okay, let's do something here.
What do you seek?
Okay, now I can easily swap between those two variants. The only thing I have to do is like swap two glyphs. Here and here. So let's try this again. Abyssal. And this. And then you have to swap this thing. Okay, let's try this again. This time no furnace and no Verafail. I feel like somehow something was messing with my setup here. I'm not sure what happened. Hoping Bombardment is viable like a D2 style Armageddon build. Yeah, I mean Bombardment will be very strong as well, I think, but it doesn't really give the Armageddon vibes, I think. And they really buffed the weapon Bombardment. So you figure out what is like the good engine for generating small demons you can blow up. Yeah, look at this prankster. This prankster is taking 0 damage. But the other stuff is just like dying. Like, I don't know what's going on. It's very odd. But not everything is dying. Like, what? I feel like something is broken with the skill. That's like actually the skill, it's not like anything else. Hey look, the elite, boom, boom, he's gone. I don't have furnace now. Not even the furnace doing anything weird. And I can't kill the small trash. What the fuck? Yeah, it's so weird. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Look, the elites are all just instantly melting. Excited to see a judgment is viable. Oof. Maybe it's like a more interesting playstyle than the one we had in Season 11. I didn't like the Season 11 build at all. I only did it for the rank 1 push. Maybe it's time to try some Fist of the Heavens. How do you create a good piece of gear in PTR? Well, there's a friendly NPC in town called Mrak. Gives you a lot of stuff. Then you go to the cube. Like, I just craft like yellows straight up from 0 GAs, like all the stats. Like, I cannot kill these guys. I don't understand, man. This is so odd. And now look at this yellow. Boom, boom, gone. What the fuck? What is going on, man? It's just the overwhelming? It's the okay, the overwhelming aspect gives you like a lot of damage against elites, but this can't be the only thing. Like, I do no damage to these guys. Maybe it's the overwhelming aspect that's buggy. And maybe it's actually just giving me a lot more damage against elites than it should. Or something. You want the Divine Javelin, yo. That was a fun build, actually. I really enjoyed that. But the thing is that some of the monsters also just die, you see this? Like, some of the non-elites just also just die. But not all of them. I don't think that Tommy will really give me a conclusive answer on this. Look, this is like the same guy from the same pack of monsters. Everything else is dead, and this guy needs like 5 extra hits. What? Dude, I have 16 overpower stacks, by the way. Seems legit. Wait a second, I need to collect this stuff. Yeah, if you put Tidal on the neck, you can get another overpower stack, actually. But yeah, I don't think we're supposed to just have instant full dominance all the time. That seems very sus. This seems extremely sus, I must say. But it will definitely be better than before. Is Warlock still trash? Nah, Warlock is gonna be insane. I'm just playing like the weakest imaginable build right now on Warlock, okay? Which one did I have? Why do I not have this actually? Okay. And oh, I removed the wrong glyph here actually. Oops. This is fine, this is fine. This is fine. Okay. So let's try this again. We have to do fire ritual.
May you find your way back.
Actually, yeah. We're missing like half our damage actually on the previous run. Because I forgot to change the stuff. Okay, it's 34% increased damage against elites per overpower. We have 16 overpower stacks and then doubled. I mean, it's a times 11.88 multi. But even so, like, I literally cannot kill non-elites sometimes. At all. It's kind of sus. I'm gonna try this part. Times 12 damage on one side is kind of good, maybe slightly overtuned. I mean, to be fair, there's a bunch of other stuff that you have to invest in to actually get that right, so it's not just times 12 right like this. But it is definitely overtuned. You know, I have Tidal Aspect, I have Volak, I have the Dominance Generation Glyph, I have the Dominance Generation Defense Aspect. You have the full package. Look, now it's the same issue, like I cannot kill these guys. I'm actually gonna change Overwhelming Aspect and see how it feels. I'm failing this run. Okay. Okay, we're failing this one. Yeah, I think this whole Doom setup is probably relatively hopeless, actually. I don't think I'm gonna pursue this longer. Let's just go Apocalypse. I mean, I am completely missing Charm ranks on those three here. And, you know, there's definitely a lot of optimizations, right? But yeah, it's like not really anywhere in a spot where it's like comfortable enough. It can actually kind of kill bosses. So Overwhelming Aspect does help with that. But even like Vashan is not super fast. So yeah, if I imagine, okay, I'm gonna fix my Paragons and I'm gonna get some Transfigures and I'm gonna get some other optimizations and some GAs and yeah, this build can easily be like, I don't know, 3 times stronger and Doom is like conceivable as a T12 build option. Lunatic the edge? No, Lunatic will be fine. I guess we should check how fine actually. I think it will be able to just kind of like walk through T12 and kill shit while you're transformed. At least like small trash and stuff. Okay, let's move on, guys. I have to make a few new items. But considering how many good builds you have on a Warlock, I don't think I'm gonna make a Doom guide. Even though it's fun, but I think you have to wait until it's even more OP than it is now. Okay, we need Moloch. We'll see about this thing. Set that to 3. We'll see how this will go. Idle. Misanthropic. Maybe they don't need the Undying very much. Could probably just put life on hit there. Or we just go with this Fortify. You might even be able to run Lucian. Okay. Yeah. I think it has GA live. Okay. He's 15 charm, hammered stone. Yeah, Moloch is too good, I guess. Hammered stone is too good. What else do we need? Flash turret. Breaker. Stardust. Isn't it worth to go for basically everyone? I mean the Auric. Yeah, we have only one aspect slot here for overwhelming. So single the Auric and Stone of Jordan. I mean, we could drop Starless and put Stone of Jordan and go the Auric, I guess. And why are these showing? Wait, what the fuck? Well, this is fine, I guess. This is not in fact fine. There's 2 of these. Okay, I need to change this here. Don't need Starless. I mean, if you have perma... Yeah. If you have perma Balog, then we don't need Starless, even with Lucian. But we'll see. I mean, one of these chains will cost like 80 or something without Starless with Lucian. If you don't go Lucian, then sure. I mean, title is already in the neck anyway. Never editing reversal here, so it's not even that crazy anyway. Okay, that's one. That's nice. Okay. Crit, one all. Attack speed, crit, one. I like the idea of the attack speed. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Moloch. What's up with the GA armor on all these? They all have GA armor. Yeah. Well, that would be insane if they added weapon swap like in D2 for all classes but Barb. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, if there's like a reason to do this, then, you know, if the game is like designed around something like that, sure, I guess. If, for example, every unique that affects a certain skill all becomes a weapon, and then you can have like, you know, one weapon here and one weapon there, and they can like swap between them. That would maybe make some sense. But the problem is having uniques like all over the place, you know, there's like Ice Shot's Helm, and Chain Lightning Pants, and all this kind of stuff. Why no Dragclaws? Dragclaws is not really getting such a big upgrade this season compared to other builds. I want to try Dragclaws Eviscerate though. But overall, I think a lot of people didn't really enjoy the Dragclaws playstyle all that much in the end. So we'll see if we're gonna keep the guide around. Very low priority to test right now. The build is not really changing much. Not really like one of the most powerful either. Rogue will do 150. With the nerfed Azeroth? Yeah, maybe. I guess Season Theme should be mostly up for it. Well, actually, he's gonna go Poison, right? But it's, I mean, Poison builds are like roughly twice as strong and a bit tankier. Sure if that is enough. I mean, twice as strong is only 3 tiers. You want Death Try to be busted again? Boy, do I have good news for you. You have leftover points, holy. Alright. Is perma TP on Warlock possible? I mean, perma Rampage is possible. But Nether Step... You can get pretty close, actually, with the Footfalls of the Waning Worlds. And it did make the Nether Step animation a bit faster, I think. Yeah, I guess you can do like 1 cast teleports or 2 cast teleports. Like something like Drag Claws, for example, can do that. It's kind of funny when you reroll this and you just say, ah, fuck it, first res, I'll take it. Like, just go with whatever res you roll. So let's see if that set of the 3 will do anything at all. Has a pretty big number, man, I must say. Actually, kind of nutty cloth, man. What the fuck? If I don't put Undying anywhere, which you're currently not really planning to do. Actually, we could, I think. We have to hit it here. We're doing Apocalypse now. He has a Warren bar, but seems to be fine when you get everything into place. Okay. He has 45 strain, we can try this one as well, actually. Since he has Scorching Fragment, and we get a lot of 45 here. I wonder if that is enough to sustain. Let's see it.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
more crit chance. Yeah, it's kind of close between Hellfire and Willpower, I guess. True, actually, we have the ranks. Yeah, okay, whatever. Said that will be worse anyway. I mean, to keep overwhelming SOP as it is, then maybe. But it's a 325%. It depends on how fast it drops. If it doesn't drop so easily, then it might be really good. I wonder if self-damage actually gives me dominance from this misanthropic, let's see. Okay. And you might have to put something on the bar, like Terror Swarm or some shit. But even then, the setter will drop sometimes, that's the problem. Okay. Let's see what happens. Not running Heresy aspect is rough, it's so good. I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cult skills. Heresy is not really that crazy, I think. Increase ultimate damage. So this is the scepter here. It actually ramps really fast. Like just killing stuff with a chain. Kinda funny. And just casting, dude, actually just like casting the bombardment, man. Look at this. I just like running and casting bombardment. And then boom. Who cares? That is wild, actually. Don't even need a chain, really. Maybe just do this, honestly. It does stick kind of slow, though, when it's not single target. And the embedded aspect is not really it. So you want to do Undying or put life on hit on the weapon. Season 15 Apocalypse still a thing. Yeah, I mean if your goal is like Tower 150, I think it's a thing. It's kind of funny how much one potion does. When you have 3000 willpower. 10 healing received. Are we not modifying at all? Good question, actually. Silence is to fortify you. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work. Maybe embattled aspect is like bugged in the opposite way now or something. Are you gonna press it? Yeah, I have barrier. I have fortify, so maybe there's something wrong with the embattled. Yeah. Yeah, the party like did some oopsie with the embattled aspect. I wouldn't be surprised. You just made it today in season 14. You're now run the split in hardcore. It's definitely much more hardcore viable than in the past now. Even on single target, I can see the fortify going up on this. There's so much attack speed, you can actually reach like 60, 70 plus. Let's see when it drops. 80. I went to 96. Okay, I can cast Apocalypse at 90 stacks and keep it. I even went to 100 here. But it's kinda tight. 100 is a bit too tight. Oh, actually? Yeah, the problem is it drops right at 100. Yeah, basically right when I want to release. So we can't do that. So yeah, you can do 80, 90 stacks though, pretty reliably. How about a bombardment? Bombardment is just like not really it. It's kinda slow. But it does trigger the boss stuff really fast. It's kinda funny, like these projectiles here from the sigils. If you get a bit more attack speed, we do have 1, 2 rolls though. 3 rolls actually, so we have a lot of attack speed. So it's like unusually high attack speed for sure, but 73%. Kinda crazy. Like it feels pretty fluid actually. Now remove the nameless 5-piece. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, you have to find a solution for vulnerable at the very least. And then you also resolve damage. Nah, I don't think so. You can spam Bollock to nameless Ram 2 for free. Oh, you mean I can have the power within? Oh, actually, I didn't realize. You're right. It's kind of funny how fast it actually ramps. Like I'm longer in the power within than when it's down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom, it's on. In the last 6 seconds. So you can just press another Warlock right before. Okay, so the question is, why do we have Bombardment in this build? What am I doing with that? I guess for Fathomless. That's basically it, right? It's just for Fathomless. For pushing. Yeah. I mean, for farming it's also not bad, because I can cast by moving now. I can just do this, right? Just ding, 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 ding. Boom. So, it's kind of comfy, yeah. Because it just has, like, stuff going. And what else do you put? I guess you can do a nether step instead. So it's like a nether step versus bombardment. So you can have double mobility. Well, maybe I have to drop Rampage anyway. We'll see. Because I don't think I have enough resource income here. Because also the stuff doesn't actually go through my barrier. And if it doesn't go through the barrier, I don't get the dominance here. What's a chunk of life that happened there? Look, my dominance, man. Boom. Full. Like, what? Hello? What is going on? That is crazy. The Acidic Charm is using the old power instead of the updated one. Yeah, the Acidic Charm is probably not real. Like, the iconic uniques are probably not real. They're not on the list. And they also look different and stuff. We heard you're having trouble getting dominance. So then we doubled it 4 times. Hmm. Okay, let's get rid of this battle thing. We have infinite resource. Yeah, is the Warlock enough actually to give me infinite resource without starters? I want to say that. This thing costs, this thing costs 127 RAP. I don't know, man. That's a bit optimistic, I think. That's definitely way faster, look at this. Oh wait, they added damage reduction to the railing reversal, right? I just realized. Dude, utility aspect, by the way. 75% increased fortify generation and refills 200% faster, which is an entire different utility aspect, by the way. And while fortified, you also deal 50% increased bleeding damage, cause why not? This is utility, okay? Don't ask questions. Incoming direct damage is converted to fire and has 40% chance to fortify you. I have 1000 cold resistance. Wait, what? Yeah, I don't actually have any Aurus rolls. Like, this is a fire roll, here's a shadow, here's a fizz, here's a fizz, here's a poison, here's a lightning, here's a fire. I'd have to roll one of them off to get cold, I guess. 44% cold is not it, man. Look, like initially a 1 extra roll would get me from like 45 to... I don't know, probably at least 65 or so. Okay. Winter comes, that Warlock is dead. Nah, I was gonna make a little campfire, you know? Here, with 100 stacks. Where's the highest I can open? Okay, wait a second. We don't actually have tower. Great. Yeah, I mean, casting bombardment while moving is kind of nice and all, but it does stack kind of slow. Like here, I do like 2 chains, boom, 2 chains, boom. And the bombardment is like, yeah, kind of. You can hold it down while running. But I think it just kind of baits you into pressing the wrong button all the time. I think it's gonna put that instead. The Roadrock feels terrible with 70% movement speed in town. Wait, is it actually active in town? I thought the movement speed reduction was not active in town. Yes, that's funny, man. Well, enjoy. Need to have like a town amulet swap. With like movement speed rolled, movement speed tempered, and a different gem. I think that's what you have to do. Yes, move. Void. Thanks, man. I guess the reason why the pit bubble is not spawning is because you have 150 glyphs. It might not spawn then. Although, I guess it should still do it. So you can get XP. Look at us, yeah, insane. Those paragons. Yeah, sick demo, right? And I have a scepter which doesn't buff it. And you have this that doesn't buff it. And this that doesn't buff it. Blazing Skier to either leaves large trash or stack Epoch fast. We can try it, but I wouldn't trust that a dot can stack it in the first place, but maybe. But that item is now actually useful, so there's a damage multiplier. Ah, bubble. Wait. It exists. gonna just log in and blow up screens. I mean, playing some Apocalypse again will be pretty fun, actually. So... it is gonna be absolutely annihilating. I think this is last 10 seconds. This bit is just so satisfying. I agree. Will Necro be any better this season? No, they listened to the player feedback and they nerfed Necro, actually. Finally. Dude, honestly, I think for T16 you can still just equip a hammered stone and send it. For T12, I mean. They have so much damage here. Not a hammered stone, what is it? Like, what's it called? The sword. Anathema of the Primes. That's one. That one. I'm playing Apocalypse first. It's actually kind of good to like unlock all the tiers here on the PTR. I can just put life and hit on a weapon. You can, like, the weapon damage here is not crazy. This weapon damage is like, I don't know, 7% damage. You can put life and hit there, you're gonna have enough healing for sure. And then we could have Wedding Reversal for even more attack speed, and it has the R now. Let's remove the rampage jump. Maybe that is not really happening here. What else can we do? Actually, wait a second. Don't they apply weaken now? Becomes an abyss skill? Yeah, wait a second. We get weaken for free now if you invest into this, right? Huh. The worm does a lot of damage. With what? Rogue when? Yeah, Rogue will be in a few days, I think. Actually, you can even let these abyss summons come with me. And extends the durations. Yo, this is actually this free weekend, right? Okay. This 45 thing is not working out. Let's try something else. Oh yeah. Gain 1 ferocity and 50% DR for 4 seconds. That is kind of crazy. Does this thing always have slow? How do you get a stagger? I guess you have slow on this thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I think ideally you put a rallying reversal here and then have another weapon that has life on hit. Actually, I want to try this just to see how the life on hit feels. Yeah, reversal is insane now. It also will allow you to go to 100% stacks with set up to 3 on the boss. Fuck. I don't understand why they just never clean up the town or something. Like, all the stuff is just like lying on the ground here. Why don't they just make some sort of like expiry timer, like after 5 minutes, just like delete everything on the ground or something? You're running Grandfather? Yeah, I forgot about Grandfather. Ah shit, it always comes with weapon damage. And... wait, what is the second in a row? Life? Seems like it's weapon damage and life. Okay. So here we go.
Mainlander, what brings you?
That's like around 10% damage loss of the different roll here.
like the eyes of Lycander herself.
What is a fate?
Got a really solid Grandfather, but maybe the levels are better. Well, levels are kinda nice, but have you heard about 325% damage buff? Okay. Yeah, we have 4 title, so it's 17 overpower stacks now, I think. And you put rallying here. So we have 20, I think we should be at 93 attack speed. Yeah. Let me get DR. This setup is just completely cracked now, I think. Okay, 120. I have the Sigil of Summons on the bar now, but I don't really want to have that. Funny part is if we don't know what else to put, you can literally just put Terraswarm there. And then press it before the boss. Then you don't have to worry about the stacking anymore. Because it's gonna stay active. We get weakened now. I mean, what else can we do? We can do the Wall of Agony, I guess. Ah, wait, it's gonna kill my Misanthropic, right? Can't really do this. And we also, wait, we also can't really do this, I just realized. Wait. We can't actually use this aspect. Need a volatile skill, yeah, true, actually. So I need a fire one.
Auspicious omen.
So what do we do? Father kinda cool. Wait, you can trade them? Oh, interesting. I never tried to trade them, actually. Yeah, I don't think really there's anything that we can do here that makes any sense. So, I guess you would probably just put this thing on the bar anyway, so, you know, we can press it sometimes. See the chat being forwarded? I see it, yeah, but it's not on the screen. Yeah, I guess like every time you're just running, you just like press bombardment because reasons. Yo, Izu, thank you so much. YouTuber second class citizen. Yes, that's true actually. Yeah, it's not allowed on Twitch to like show a combined chat on stream directly, basically. Like I can, you know, I can use like a combined chat and stuff, but I can't make it visible. Actually, I'm not sure, maybe policy has changed now, but I remember at least last time I checked that was like the case. Hello, female. Well, I'm not gonna go for much longer tonight, I think. But tomorrow we're gonna log in early. We have some work to do. Hi fish. I've seen it on some streams. I know that Twitch has gotten more relaxed about multi-streaming and stuff. So maybe you can do it these days. You can't stream YouTube chat. Okay. I mean, 120, we're still one-shotting the boss, by the way, so seems pretty good, I think. Toughness is okay, 6 million, 8 million. We're kind of chilling, to be honest. Shared chat is allowed. I think what's TOS is like thanking YouTube subs, etc. Nah, it's the other way around, if anything. Can we just put Sigil of Chaos at a fire upgrade or whatever? We don't have the fire upgrade. This is the one that gives us vulnerable. And I mean, we don't really want to press any of those sigils anyway. You know, they just happen anyways, right? I see many big streams with shared chat on stream. Okay, so maybe it's allowed now. I could look into that. So YouTube can become slightly less second-class citizens. It's 1.5 class citizens. Let's see if the boss dies one shot on 125. Yeah, 125 might be kind of rough. I mean, 85 tiers is triple HP, I think, roughly, or a bit more. I'm not sure if I had 100 actually. Okay. It's not times 5, it's the power of 5. Yeah, it's quadruple actually for 5 tiers. Exactly. How's Grim Dawn? I released a review video, but I liked it overall. It does have some stuff I don't really like, but it was a nice game. I might play it again, we'll see. Depends on, you know, if I have like some downtime on other games or something. But I also don't really expect like a lot of updates to the game, and like, you know, really a big reason to just come back, you know, with some new patch or something, so... 30 by the way. Yeah. I think we're doing good, guys. What do you think? Two-shot this elite pack. Must be bugged. G8 life on hit on it. Yeah, I have no GA on mine with life on it, so doesn't hurt to have GA life on it, I guess. Completely takes care of the burn. So easy clap. I wish they would implement progression globes from elites, man. Why do only normal monsters drop elite progression globes, but not the elite? It's like, what is this? How was doing it right? This pit system is scuffed. Oops. Yeah, so I actually advanced the ritual fast enough so that I can just spam Bullock again. And then have it up for 10 seconds. Two-shot boss on out of 30, man. Ah. What the fuck? Pretty good build, I think, guys. What do you say? Okay, let's quadruple it again. I think we're starting to slow down now, though. Look, the elite pack, actually. I needed to shoot it twice, okay? Because the first shot didn't have vulnerable up. So that was unfortunate. How they buff really hard the Sork, it looks sad. Yeah, they should definitely do something on a Sork. I mean, it's gonna have like a bunch of playable T12 builds and stuff, at least. But, yeah, I mean, look at this here. There's nothing comparable, I guess, on a Sork now. I don't know how Fireball will do, but I don't really expect it's gonna be close to this, at least. As you guys already have weakened from the Dark Prison, but he could actually just go with... the Suckerby maybe during the weekend. Oh, he's a lifelink pack. Let's see that one. We're still killing those guys pretty fast. Wait, it's gonna be a 3-minute run. Fucked. We are happy that Evade can do T on 110 again. Wait, what happened with Evade? Did he actually buff it? Or are you doing some cursed Ariox needle shenanigans? Yeah, I think this looks like a pretty good build, guys. What do you say? But yeah, 140 would definitely slow down now. No transfigures, Paragon 200. I don't even have GAs on most of these items, actually. This is just a tempered GA. This is a tempered GA. This as well. This as well. Cool. Wow, it costs 5 sparks Arcade in the cube. Yeah, I think that's a relatively cheap cost, actually. I don't have life here. Or here. Or here. I don't have that much defensive stats, to be fair. It's basically just a weapon that carries my life. And a bit of GA life here and here. And my life pool is relatively small. 54k. This is with the thing, right? Does it count here? Yeah. So this is relatively standard, I guess. But yeah, like it still feels decently tanky because we use YOLO, right? Like we have the 40 DR, we have a bit of extra life. So we're like twice as tanky and we're just chilling. It might even be something better than having a strength. I'm not sure if there's anything else. Either 30 quality on your weapon roll. Nice.
It has been a pleasure.
We buff some utility aspects. I mean, the rendering one is already pretty good. Title is like required. So we only have one utility that we can choose. Nah. I tried the cauterization. I don't like it that much. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just the best combo. Title neck Railing reversal here, and there you go. I mean, the attack speed is nice. You know, it helps with, like, it's not just that you attack faster, but you also have to set the synergy. So on the boss, you can get more stacks. Alright, I think I'm gonna do more tomorrow. I need to try the Blazing Scream shenanigans. Not sure if it's gonna be good, but we should at least try it with the ring. But I think this might just be the setup, honestly. I mean, nothing really beats Crown. This is there, this is there. We want, like, defense, I guess. I guess we could choose Tybalt's. That also helps with resources, and then we don't need the Crown, maybe. This would be worth trying. If you want to go like full YOLO and not have any DR, you could do Tybalt's. Actually, you could keep the Crown and we drop the starters. And if you drop the starters and we put a Stone of Jordan. I mean, Tybalt's and a Stone of Jordan is 133, right? Yeah. So Stone of Jordan Mythic and Tybalt's Mythic is 67.5% damage. Versus Starter's 50. And you might actually have more defense if you do this than having this heavenly strength here. So I have to like test this. And we might not need the resources from starters. Yeah, or starters or heresy, that would also work. But it's actually not even more damage, right? Heresy is 14 times 6 times 5. Times 5 is 70%, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So you have 5 skills. Is there anything fire or cult I could do? Yeah, actually, we could just put a random health fracture here and have another occult skill. And just cast it every 20 seconds once. Does it do anything? Yeah, okay, I guess none of that matters. But I guess you have an occult skill. Yeah, but yeah, okay, maybe on the very high end, like full YOLO rank 1 push. Especially when you get to the point where 150 is actually not a push anymore, but it's actually less than 10 minutes. Then it becomes safer and safer as well once the time attack, right? So you might actually get to the point where you don't really need the heavenly strength. I mean, it's just 30% DR. And I felt relatively safe there. Or my HP dropped once when I stood in like 2 fire explosions or 3 or something. So you might actually get to the point where you like time attack 150 and you don't do this and you just put the Tybalt's. Yeah, put T12, dude, we are overkilling T12 so hard. I can like one-shot the world boss probably at this point. I should try to see a world boss. Okay, I'm gonna continue this tomorrow, guys. So hope you enjoyed the first PDR session. I'll be back sometime at noon or whatever. I'm just gonna write macro, I guess. Let's wait him. So enjoy, guys.